With so many things to see and do in the region, San Diego is an ideal launching spot for day trips. Sometimes the best way to take a road trip is to get on the bus and let someone else do the driving.
Day Tripper Tours is a wonderful way to travel in safety and comfort to destinations such as major museums and Broadway-style theaters in LA, the Rose Parade, the Reagan Library, Huntington Gardens, even Mexico for wine or lobster.
I've been traveling with them for 25 years and I've taken at least 250 trips.
We aren't a bus that just takes you from point A to point B. We are a full package and we make sure that our tours hit what we call the 3 E's. They need to be engaging, educational, and entertaining.
Day Tripper Tours offers hundreds of single and multi-day excursions every year, from San Diego to destinations throughout California and the Southwest. Your only responsibility is to enjoy.
Part of the County of San Diego's Health and Human Services Agency, Aging and Independent Services is committed to our growing community of older adults, persons living with disabilities, and caregivers. The good news is we are living longer. And as we live longer, our region needs to work together to provide a community where everyone can thrive. That's why Aging and Independent Services has developed a plan, a roadmap, if you will, to strengthen San Diego County's comprehensive care. Aging and Independent Services' 10-point regional plan includes caregiver support, safety, silver economy, medical and social services system, social participation, dementia-friendly, health and community support, housing, transportation, and preparedness and response. We can all benefit from emergency planning. The County of San Diego's Office of Emergency Services and Aging and Independent Services created this video as a companion to the personal disaster plan for people who may need assistance, to help people of all ages and abilities to prepare in the event of a disaster. Emergencies can range from falls in the home to fires and earthquakes, and each person has specific abilities and needs during a disaster. This guide will help you evaluate your needs and make a personalized emergency plan so that you and your loved ones can be better prepared. Follow 4 easy steps to prepare for any emergency. Here's an overview of what you'll find in our online version or our printed guides. First, get connected. Preparedness is all about people, and the first step in disaster preparedness is building a support network of people who can help. So think about your social connections or groups you already belong to or have thought about joining. The support network will include anyone who can provide help during an emergency. And don't forget about the free 211 call line where you can be connected to 6,000 plus services in over 200 languages, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Next, let's make a plan. Emergency planning starts in your home. This includes smoke and carbon dioxide detectors, utilities, and a review of your insurance coverage. Work with friends and family on evacuation planning. Know your evacuation routes and think about any medical equipment you may need. Planning for different emergencies should consider your unique needs and varying levels of ability. Once your plan is in place, it's time to gather supplies. Most disasters, big and small, happen unexpectedly and fast, and sometimes you may have to survive on your own. We've provided a checklist of items you will want to have on hand at any given time. Pack a go kit for when you leave in a hurry and a home kit for when you must stay. For those who would like or need assistance, our guide provides printout communication boards to aid in communicating your needs with others. Once you have your connections, plan, and supplies, it's important to stay informed. Register your cell phone number, voice over IP phone number, and email at readysandiego.org/alert-San-Diego. This is the county's emergency mass notification system used by first responders to notify you when there's an emergency in your area. You can receive evacuation instructions and disaster information through calls, texts, and email. San Diego County is also prepared with a toll-free San Diego Access and Crisis Line for emotional and mental health support. The County of San Diego's Office of Emergency Services and Aging and Independent Services are working together to create a region that supports, nurtures, and leverages the strengths of our growing older adult population. Join us as we help San Diego County age well, live well. Together, we will build a brighter, more resilient, and prepared future for people of all ages.
over the years, he's had quite a few health issues that he's overcome.
There's been a ton.
And we work through it, like what's going on, what's really bothering you.
And that's why I'm doing well. That's why today things are so good. I've always felt like I'm the only patient she has.
It's easy to get exceptional care online or in person. Find your new doctor at sharp.com/choose-sharp.
I come to Oasis because I enjoy the camaraderie of all the people here.
I would say that it gives me a purpose.
Well, it's educational and very stimulating.
She got aches and pains, but not when she comes here and she starts working. She feels great.
If you come to Oasis, we invite you to join many fun workshops and lectures in the areas of arts, science, humanities, technology, bone building, fitness, dance, and more.
It keeps me healthy because I'm active. I use my brain. I use my body. I have to think a lot.
We do our class and we go out to lunch and have a lot of wonderful conversations and arguments, but it's fun.
San Diego Oasis has a very successful intergenerational tutoring program where we pair a trained older adult with a child in a Title I school for personal attention and for success in reading and writing.
What a great way to begin the day by sitting reading a book with a child. And I get in my car and I drive home and I say, well, that was a pretty good morning.
A lot of people sitting at home and they don't know what to do with themselves. And they're basically bored and lonely. And so if you introduce them to something like this, they come alive.
San Diego Oasis is supported by community donors. And as our older population grows, so will Oasis and its need for services.
I get out of bed, I'm up and ready to go. And I need that.
Oh, well, I don't even feel like I'm aging because I'm learning something new.
It seems like we're a family.
No one can retire and watch television for the next 30 years. We all need friendships and relationships that enrich our lives. And Oasis is all about that.
Good morning. San Diego Oasis and the County of San Diego are pleased to welcome you to the 9th annual and second virtual technology learning event called Get Connected Technology Fair for the 50 Plus. Today and tomorrow, we will be broadcasting live from right here, the San Diego Oasis Lifelong Learning Center in La Mesa, California. I would like to take a moment first to thank our event sponsors. It is because of their generosity, Tech Fair remains free of charge and can be enjoyed by everyone. Let me introduce our format for the next 3 days. Today and tomorrow will be packed with virtual learning. And on our third day, Saturday, we will provide one-on-one tech help on site, which you can register for at SanDiegoOasis.org. We are hosting this year's Tech Fair on Zoom and on YouTube. So if you have a question, please put it in the Q&A section. It looks just like a little chat bubble in the middle of your screen. If you are on YouTube, put your question in the chat. We look forward to getting a lot of great questions from all of you in the audience. We will begin today and tomorrow with special remarks from two incredible technology pioneers and inventors, Dr. Erwin Jacobs and Martin Cooper. After that, our knowledgeable instructors will treat us to a variety of tech talks. In between sessions, we will stretch a little bit, guided by one of our Oasis fitness instructor. And at the end of each day, we will enjoy an opportunity drawing. Randomly selected attendees will receive a brand new piece of technology, just for fun. And now, let me introduce to you our opening speaker, Dr. Erwin Jacobs. Dr. Jacobs has received many, many awards and honors, including the National Medal of Technology. Dr. Jacobs is the recipient of 10 honorary doctorates. Dr. Jacobs and his wife, Joan, are incredibly generous philanthropists and early signers of the Giving Pledge. It is my tremendous honor and pleasure to welcome Dr. Erwin Jacobs.
Good morning. I'm Erwin Jacobs, founding chairman and CEO emeritus of Qualcomm. I'm pleased to welcome you to the 9th annual Technology Fair for the 50 Plus. And you might note that I am one of you. Indeed, a few days ago, I celebrated my 88th birthday with a lovely party at the not quite finished expansion of the Museum of Contemporary Art San Diego in La Jolla. I would invite all of you to visit the museum when it opens sometime in April, with 4 times as much exhibition space as before, on par with the new Whitney Museum in New York. Last year, the Tech Fair became a virtual event, no longer hampered by geography. Our San Diego-based technology instructors reached older adults in almost 100 cities across 22 states and 3 countries. I'm pleased that digital wireless technology developed to a significant extent here in San Diego has played such a major role. However, the digital divide between those with high-speed internet access and devices and those without is still with us. I note that Oasis has taken action to help seniors bridge the digital divide. Today, more than 700 disabled, homebound, and low-income seniors have a new tablet, enabling internet and social engagement. Let us give a special welcome to the tablet program participants this morning, many of whom are here learning with us today. Joan and I and our 4 young sons arrived in San Diego in 1966 in an all-blue Ford van to teach engineering at the then very young UCSD. During the prior 7 years, I had taught electrical engineering at MIT and co-authored the very first textbook on digital communications. Amazingly, one of the homework problems in the book, first published in 1965, involves a communication signal set currently used in the latest generations of cellular networks. The first generation of cellular communications was based on analog FM, and the excitement surrounding the arrival of the first handheld cell phone will be described by its leading inventor, Martin Cooper, in tomorrow's keynote. I co-founded Qualcomm in 1985, just prior to the transition from analog radio technology to digital radio technology, referred to as the second generation of cellular. Our team at Qualcomm focused on improving voice quality and expanding wireless network capacity to support a rapidly increasing number of subscribers in a very limited radio spectrum. Qualcomm developed and championed a new digital technology called CDMA and rapidly expanded subscribers in a global competition with a different technology called TDMA. Early in 2000, the industry turned its attention to a new generation of cellular, the third generation, to support not just voice calls, but also broadband internet access. All of the third generation utilized technology based on Qualcomm's CDMA. As we all know, the world of technology keeps moving ahead rapidly, making it hard for many of us to adapt. We are currently approaching the fifth generation of cellular technology. I'm pleased to say that Qualcomm is still a driving force in inventing and developing these technologies. Let me mention two applications that Qualcomm had developed early and that we now find essential. One had to do with introducing photography on the cell phone, GPS location to the cell phone. Initially, our goal was to provide first responders with accurate emergency location information. But now, of course, GPS provides directions to your desired location and soon will support semi-autonomous and perhaps fully autonomous driving. As the technology continues to improve, we will be using it not just for conferencing, as we are doing today, but also increasingly for telehealth and virtual education, as we've been exposed to during this pandemic. I congratulate SanDiegoOasis on 39 years of quality programs on lifelong learning, healthy living, and intergenerational tutoring. They are helping all of us become more comfortable in applying digital technologies to enhance our personal lives and to sustain our health and well-being. I'll be excited to follow the expansion of Oasis activities at the new Innovation Center in Rancho Bernardo. I am pleased to welcome you to this 2021 Oasis Technology Fair and encourage you to stay curious and have fun.
What an incredible legacy by Dr. Jacobs and the Qualcomm team. Thank you. Before we dive into our first Tech Talk, I would like to note that neither SanDiegoOasis nor the County of San Diego make claims or endorsements for the products and services which might be mentioned in various Tech Talks. Our goal is simply to learn together and to introduce technologies that can make our lives easier and more fun. And now I'm excited to introduce our first instructor. Mary Burns is always passionate and knowledgeable when she teaches technology classes at SanDiegoOasis and San Diego Community College. You have heard these names: Netflix, Disney, Prime, Hulu, but what are they exactly? Well, let's welcome Mary Burns and learn more.
Thank you, Simona. My name is Mary Burns, and I'm a professor for San Diego College of Continuing Education. And today we're going to be talking about streaming services. So today, during our discussion, we're going to talk about streaming services. We're going to begin with a definition of what streaming is and where it is headed. We'll be looking at the world of devices, and we will be talking about how we can send the content to our TVs. And finally, we'll be looking at a number of streaming services depending on your needs and what you're looking to watch. So let's begin. Let's begin by discussing what is streaming. So streaming is when you're viewing and listening as the media plays. Data is sent in short segments from the server, which is a special kind of computer which stores digital data. The data is downloaded in packets, played, and then deleted. A couple of things can interrupt the process of streaming. One of those can be a delay in downloading, which can cause buffering, which is that little spinning that you see sometimes, probably due to the speed of your internet connection. Another cause can be losing one or more of the packets, which would result in a degraded picture, and that's also known as surface noise. And that may also be due to speed. So you purchase a plan from your ISP provider, your internet service provider, for internet, and this packet contains both speed and data. Most home plans have a large data capacity. For example, Cox has 1 terabyte, while Spectrum is unlimited. And the speed depends on the number of devices that are downloading at one time and the quality of the data that you are downloading, low quality versus high quality. Even with the best plans, you need a good router. Without it, you'll not be able to access the content from all areas of your home. Now we want to talk about streaming data. So this is the speed of the data as it's being sent from the server. And this is a per second measurement. It's commonly referred to as megabits per second. If you're streaming something that's simple, like email, or you're surfing the web, then the speed won't be an issue. But if you're streaming content including video and audio, the speed needs to be sufficient to get that data to you. Since streaming involves sending out data in packets, if your speed is too slow, the packets won't be able to keep up. And then you'll see them slowing and the buffering and all that. Streaming to one device is fine and is usually not a problem, even if it's a device like a 4K TV. But when you have multiple users at the same time using multiple devices and streaming high quality data, the speed will become important. Data usage. So data is the amount of data usage is the amount of data that you're consuming. So note that this is not a per second measurement, but this is in an amount usually in gigabytes. Unless you're a really heavy streaming user, you probably won't reach the maximum amount of data before you slow down. Cox does have, as we said, a limit of 1 terabyte. Spectrum is unlimited. But the amount of data that you can stream depends on that package. Also note that your mobile services may say that you have unlimited streaming, but when you're using them, sometimes they might deprioritize your speed if there's too much traffic on your network. Now, as far as viewing your content, everything requires an internet connection. So you might begin with the smart TV. Smart TVs will limit the source to your TV, will link the source to your TV via apps on the screen. If your TV includes a screen with apps on it, you have a smart TV. If you don't have a smart TV, you can still stream One way that you can stream is with a streaming device that provides an on-screen menu and includes a remote. An example of that is the Amazon Fire Stick. Now, there are some streaming devices that do not contain an on-screen menu, and then an example of that is Chromecast, and we're going to get into these in just a moment. However, there is a low-tech option, and that's if you can plug your laptop to the TV using an HDMI cable. And then you can view what's on the computer or device on the TV. Let's look at some examples of streaming devices. The first is the smart TV. With the smart TV, you won't need any other additional streaming devices. A smart TV is basically a regular TV with an internet connection. It links to your online using your home internet connection. Your TV contains both Ethernet and Wi-Fi support. That means that you can plug your TV into your router or you can use your home Wi-Fi. And it also has a remote control. It can be used to connect to smartphones, tablets, computers, and video gaming, so all these things can connect to your TV. And it does come pre-installed with apps like YouTube, HBO, and Netflix. But if you need more apps, it has its own store that you can download these apps from. All right, let's talk about a couple of these streaming devices that have the on-screen menu, and that would include Roku and Amazon Fire Stick. So Roku, I'll bet you all recognize that as the original streaming device. In fact, some smart TVs are actually Roku TVs. These are devices that come with a remote and a search feature. And of course, they include the on-screen menu, and the prices of both of these are pretty reasonable, oftentimes around $30. There's the Amazon Fire Stick, which also has apps that you can view on the home screen. If you have an Amazon device, you can control the Amazon Fire Stick with that device as well. It enables you to use a variety of formats like 4K or Dolby Sound. And of course, this can also be used to search the internet, connect to online games, or share photos on your TV. Now, the Chromecast on the left, that's the one we were talking about that does not have an on-screen menu. You plug it into the TV, and then you use your smartphone or your computer as a remote. So you would find your content on your phone, you would tap on a special icon, and it would be cast to the television. There is a newer model, and that is the Chromecast with Google TV, and that does have an on-screen content in a remote. There's no app for the Chromecast TV, but you can use Google Home to set it up and use. Next, there's Apple TV. Apple TV is best if you have all Apple devices. That's the device that you would use to plug into your TV and project your Apple programs and things from your phone. The remote from the Apple TV can also be used to control any of the home devices that you have that use Apple. And like all the others, it does include a voice search. Next, we're going to talk about streaming services, and there's different options to fit everyone's needs. Basically, there's 3 different types of streaming services. One of them, the first type that we'll look at, are standalone streaming services. So these are services that you purchase maybe for a short time. There's no cost to cancel or add different services, and these will oftentimes complement a package that you already own. Now, some people would prefer to replace their cable with an additional type of service. These are cable replacement services, and these are designed to take that place of cable. It does cost a little bit more, but you do have more options. And then we're going to briefly also look at some of the services that are available for sports lovers. Let's start with those standalone streaming services. We're going to be looking at each of these in detail. And let's begin with Netflix. So Netflix runs between $8.99 and $17.99 a month. It has its own library. In fact, all of these streaming services have their own library of movies and TV. And some of the better shows that you can find on Netflix include The Queen's Gambit and The Crown. This is a great a great app for viewing not only movies that you can get in stores, but also some original content. Next, there's Amazon Prime. If you're an Amazon Prime user, you already know that you get music and books and free shipping, but Amazon Prime also offers some free movies, and some of them are very, very good. You can also pay for movies through Amazon Prime. Some of the better ones, there's a great show called The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel that came out. I think that you'd enjoy watching that. And also The Underground Railroad, which was highly acclaimed. Hulu is another option you have as a standalone service. It begins at $5.99 a month, or you could pay a little bit more if you want to have no ads. It has a variety of movies and TV with limited commercials, and Hulu is really good if you like network TV but you don't have it. And so they do have some original programming. In fact, one of their shows called Only Murders in the Building, that's a show with Steve Martin and Martin Short, and that has been very, very well received by critics. Then there's HBO Now. It used to be that you had to have a cable subscription in order to watch HBO, but now you can buy it as a standalone service for about $14.99 a month. It can stream to all your devices, and you can also watch full episodes as they air on TV. Now, I haven't seen the newest versions of HBO shows, but there's a show called Succession that's supposed to be really good. It's had lots of good reviews. You might also enjoy The Mayor of Easton, which won a couple of awards as well. All right, next there's Apple TV Plus. Now, Apple TV Plus is a subscription service, and for $4.99 a month, you get their original programming. Now, they don't have a lot of variety, but what they have is really good. And in fact, they have a show that came out during the pandemic called Ted Lasso, which is excellent. Now, there's 3 different ways that we use Apple TV, and I just want to clarify that. So originally, we talked about Apple TV, the product, and that product is what you buy, you plug into your TV in order to stream. Then there's Apple TV, the app. If you have a smart TV, you may have that Apple TV app already on your TV, and you can use that to stream your Apple devices. And then the third is this subscription program, Apple TV Plus. Confusing, I know, but I thought that I'd clear that up for you. And then there's Disney Plus. Disney Plus may come bundled with some of your different services that you have. It has some great original program, but it also has things that come from you from the Disney world, such as Disney movies, Pixar, Marvel, Star Wars, and National Geographic. One of the best things about Disney Plus, I think, was Hamilton, an award-winning Broadway show that was released during pandemic. Great movie. And then there's Peacock. Peacock's kind of a new kid on the block. It is a NBC product, and so you will see a lot of original NBC shows. You'll also see their unique library of other movies and a little bit of individual content. Peacock is best if you like NBC and you want to watch some of their old shows, and it's also good for some of their original broadcasting as well. Okay, now we're going to move over to cable replacement services, and these are the ones that take the place of cable. These include live TV as well as on demand. And there's options depending on what you're interested in. So network news, network TV, sports, entertainment. So we're going to look at 4 of them: Sling TV, Hulu Live, YouTube TV, and Fubo TV. Sling is the first one. Sling is a service designed to take the place of your existing cable subscription. It has live TV and channels, but it's also streamed instead of going through a hard connection like the cable. And it's especially popular for those people that have cut the cord but want to see some of those local channels or those other channels that they would watch on cable. You'll need some type of an internet-connected box like we've already talked about. Now, the pricing is a little confusing, and this depends on what you want to watch and how many devices will be streaming at once. There's also options that you can add on for sports and premium channels. But your basic options are Sling TV Orange or Sling TV Blue. They cost the same, $35 a month. They both involve 50 hours of free DVR storage, but they have a different selection of channels. One of them might be better for families, the other might be better for news. Or for $50 a month, you can get Sling Orange and Blue, and that gets the best of all the networks. Next, there's Hulu with live TV, and Hulu has all the same original program that we saw with the standalone, but it also has full seasons, it has local TV, and it has some of the channels that you would have normally had with your cable. It's $64.99 a month for Hulu with live TV. A third of the streaming services is YouTube TV, not to be confused with YouTube. YouTube TV is a package costing about $64.99 a month. You can add other people to your program, and you'd be able to share that account with other people. It is a great option for those that like sports. There's a lot of sports options on YouTube TV. And then there's Football TV, and this is good for sports. So this is a service that offers you different packages, whether you want to have just audio or whether you want to include more devices. So it's, again, with all these streaming services, there's usually some add-ons or some other things that you might have to consider. But Fubo TV is, of course, best for sports. And speaking of sports, let's talk about some of the sports lovers programs. NFL Game Pass. So when we cut the cord, a lot of times people want to say, well, how am I going to see my sports? And each of these different types of sports have their own package. I have to say right now that the pricing is very confusing. If you were to take a package at the beginning of the season, you would pay more than if you got it at the end of the season. So NFL Game Pass will capture all the different games that are available on the NFL. And they would offer different levels depending on when in the season you join or whether it's the end of the season. Something you consider for all of these is that if you have a team that is local, many times those are going to be blacked out. Then there's MLB TV. This is for baseball. We just finished our baseball season, so I wouldn't recommend you purchase this now. But this is a great program if someone likes baseball and live baseball. It's $24.99 a month. And again, your local games might be blacked out on MLB TV. Then there's NHL Game Center Live. This is for hockey. And again, this one is more expensive at the beginning of the season and less at the end. Again, it will block out some live shows, and you have different pricing structures on that. And then the fourth option is the NBA League Pass. So with this League Pass, you can buy a subscription for a single team, or you can buy a subscription for all the teams. So depending on how much you're going to spend, that's what you would have. There's also an audio-only one for much less money as well. So the NBA League Pass is what you would use if you wanted to watch basketball. All right, and finally, there's a lot of channels that deal with free movies. And so here's some examples of those. And YouTube, of course, we've all heard of. YouTube, you can submit any of your movies, your videos to YouTube. It also has some public domain movies, and some of the sites offer full movies through YouTube. Vudu is another option. Vudu has both free and paid movies on the site. They're a good site for seeing some of those indie movies, the ones you might not have heard of. You can find those on Vudu. One of my very favorite free movie channels is the Documentary Films channel. If you like documentaries, they have an incredible selection, and they have the different categories that you can choose from. There's also Tubi TV. Those are free movies and TV with ads. It also has some live TV and Tubi Kids. One thing I have to add, if you want to watch your local shows, and I didn't bring this up earlier, but if you want to watch your local shows on any of these streaming services, you may have to get an HD antenna, and that would work with these streaming services in order for you to see these local channels. So that is something I should have added earlier, but you can put that on your list. Next, as a free movie service, is Popcorn Flicks, so that offers free movies and TV. And then there's Crackle, and this one's owned by Sony Pictures. So the important thing to remember about these free movies channels is that they do have commercials, but they do offer you options to watch things without any cost. And each of these, again, have their own library of shows. And so you'd be able to watch what you want when you want it. And that concludes my presentation. I think we're going to see if we have any questions on that.
Thank you so much, Mary. Wow, this is a lot to learn. I thought I was pretty up and up with all the services, but of course, I don't watch sports, and I know everything about Disney Plus because I have little children with me all the time. This was excellent information. I so appreciate that you gave us some very practical tips and pricing as well. And who knew about the season and the cost that it matters so much. I'm delighted to have so many of you engaged and listening and asking questions. So for the next 11 minutes or so, I will give Mary some questions that you have posted in the chat box. Here's a good one. I'm confused about DVR options if you abandon your cable company. Can you please address this?
Yes. So some of those services that we talked about included DVR. And let's mention YouTube TV as being one of those. So I think YouTube TV gives you unlimited storage on DVR. So if this is something you enjoy, you want to look into that. Some of the services do not offer DVR. So in some of the services, I think Sling was one that gives you 50 hours. So if this is something that's important to you, when you're doing your research, check into it and see if they do offer DVR cloud storage and if that's something that would be right for you.
Wonderful. The excellent questions keep coming in, so please stay with us. I have one that I want to ask you, Mary, from Donna Harris. Donna is asking, what is the best solution if you want to pick and choose specific channels, such as Smithsonian or Hallmark movies and mysteries? What's your recommendation?
Well, my first recommendation is look into Sling, because Sling is the one service that has all the different programs included. But then also, if there's one channel that you tend to watch most of the time, you might want to just do a little bit of research and find out what service that's on. I remember working with students on that in the past, and they would say, oh, I really like this particular channel. And you might have to do a little bit of research. So if I have to give you any caveat, if you currently have cable, you are probably spoiled because you have so many options on cable. If you were to go to a streaming service like Hulu Live or Sling, you would lose all of those options and you would be limited to the options that they have on that streaming service. So just look at those different services before you commit to them and see if they include the shows that you like to watch. And by the way, if it turns out that some of the channels have some of the services have one channel and some of the services have the other, if you start buying multiple streaming services, each of them for $65 a month, you might as well just keep your cable. So this is only appropriate for people that are not necessarily in love with a certain channel.
This was excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, Mary. Clearly, our viewers are listening really carefully to your advice. And here's the next question. Is there some company that you're aware of that could help me set up my streaming services?
Oh, that's a good question. That would help you set up your streaming services. You know, setting up the streaming services themselves are not that hard to do. I don't know if there's a company that does it. I do know that Best Buy has their Geek Squad. And so I might recommend using a service such as that. And then as far as setting up Hulu Live, it's just a matter of just turning it on your device. But there's a lot of things involved that you might want to have somebody look at. For example, your Wi-Fi connection. If you're going to be streaming media to your TV, your Wi-Fi connection has to be strong enough to go from your router to your TV. Now, if your router's in the TV room and you can plug it in, that's great. But if not, you might have to consider a new router. You might have to talk to your internet service provider about how much speed you're purchasing. These are things that might come in handy. So possibly to have one troubleshooter, perhaps from Best Buy or someone that you know, they can help you determine whether your internet is sufficient and whether you need any additional equipment in order to stream to your television.
Thank you so much, Mary. We have the next question, which I love. Judy is asking, what is the best way to find and watch old movies? And she defines old movies, those are 1930 to 1970. What would you say?
I just mentioned that in the class. I think there's, I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I think there's a service called Archive TV or oh gosh, I can't remember the name of it. You might want to Google it. So just go to Google and say, watch old movies for free. And there is a channel, for some reason I'm forgetting the name of it, which is all old shows. It's really a lot of fun to watch, but I can't remember the name of it. I'm sorry, Judy.
Okay, next question for you, Mary. What about wireless internet options to get away from cable?
Okay, well that's kind of what we were talking about today. So what we're talking about today is if you choose not to watch the cable shows and you want to choose your own content. But I do have to add that you can't ditch your cable company. You need that internet connection. So no matter what you do, whether you keep your cable or whether you decide you no longer need it, you still need to keep that connection with your internet service provider. But once you have that connection, that internet connection, you no longer necessarily need to purchase an additional cable package. Instead, you can cancel the cable and you can start looking for these streaming services. And as a review, you can purchase a standalone service. So you can purchase actually several of them, Netflix, HBO, and you can watch certain shows. And then after a time, you might say, I'm not going to keep it Netflix for a while. And you could cancel Netflix with no cost or anything involved. And then you can add another one like Hulu Live or Hulu with TV. Now, as far as the streaming services, those cost a little bit more, but those are the ones that are going to take the place of your cable. So again, before you make that big leap from cable, make sure that one of those streaming services, and those four, kind of four of the big ones, make sure that one of those will meet your current needs. Otherwise, you might want to just keep your cable, but you can still add things like Netflix to your cable program if you would like.
Excellent answer. Thank you so much, Mary. Let's keep going with those excellent questions that are coming in. So Pat is asking, is there any online site that you can direct us? Because clearly you've been doing a lot of research for this presentation. A site that would give us a side-by-side comparison of the services you've mentioned.
Well, I can't think of a site off the top of my head. But what you might have to do your research individually. You can use Google as a search engine, and you can say something like Hulu versus YouTube, Hulu Live versus YouTube Live. And perhaps that will come, in fact, that would probably work. That might come up with some great answers. But other than that, you may have to be the researcher. You may have to go on to their, each of these sites will list exactly what shows they have. And so you could go on there and you could see what shows are listed and if these are things that are important to you. And again, using a search engine, you could also find out what channel or what services offer your favorite channels. So if AMC is your very favorite channel, then just do a little bit of research and say, how can I watch AMC? And they'll probably come up with some solutions for you. So again, I can't think of a central site, but Google or some search engine would assist you with that, I think.
Definitely good advice, Mary. Thank you. Here's the next excellent question. Are there contracts for these kind of services? We know that cable has contracts and you really can't cancel before the contract is up. So is that the same for streaming services?
Not really. Now, as far as the standalone ones, definitely not. You could go those. You can have those on a month-by-month basis, and the sports ones probably too. You can have on a month-by-month. Now, I don't think there's any subscriptions for the streaming services. However, you pay per. No, I don't think there's any subscription for the streaming services. So you could cancel those at any time with no problem.
Okay, let's keep going with those questions. We don't have a lot of time, but we'll take a couple more. So aside from the content, what should be the major consideration in choosing a service?
I would say the ease of use. So as I say that, I think of those sports packages. I mean, they're a great idea. The sports packages are a great idea, but they're a lot better on paper than they are in reality. Once you sign up for them, you have to go online and find them. If you don't have, if it's blacked out, you get confused. Sometimes you need an additional service. So I think ease of use is probably a really important factor. And if it has the on-screen menu, I think that's going to be something that you're going to appreciate. Many of us are used to those schedules that say what's happening during certain times. And I think all of the streaming services have those, the ones that have the live TV. They will have some sort of a menu involved. But I think that ease of use has got to be one of the most important things. You do not want to be frustrated if you choose to do streaming services. You want to have the same convenience that you have with cable. So as far as that, do a little bit of research on what people say, maybe read some reviews on what people say about these different services, and then use that. And then remember also, you can always cancel one and create a different one if that one that you're using is no longer meeting your needs. So you can try out for a month or two and then try another one for a month or two.
Well said, Mary. Wow. So many choices we have. So the good news is you're here to lead us through all of those complicated choices. The good news is also that we continue to have more and more choices as more and more streaming services are coming up. Thank you so much, Mary. You definitely leave us more informed, and we appreciate it very much. Now we've learned a lot. Now let's welcome our fitness instructor, Eleanor Smith, and let's get moving for a bit.
Hi, I'm Eleanor Smith. I teach progressive strength training here at Oasis. This stretching segment is going to be a seated segment, so here we go. Please remember that breathing during stretching is very important, and I'll indicate when to breathe in and when to breathe out. I also want to suggest that in the future, when any of you whose feet don't comfortably reach the floor when you're stretching, whether it's at home or in class, that you put something like this pad under your feet, so your knees are pretty much at 90 degrees. Okay, let's begin. Let's take our arms up overhead. Take a breath in. Link the arms together, and as you breathe out, stretch over to the side. Inhale up, and stretch over to the other side, and exhale down. Now, grab the back of your chair. I hope you're sitting in a good solid chair. Stretch your legs out in front of you. Grab onto the back of the chair. Push your chest forward and your chin up and breathe. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Squeeze your shoulder blades together. Inhale and exhale. Now sitting up, straight, shoulders back and down as if they're in your back pocket. Take a breath in. Twist your upper body to your right. Hold on to the chair if you need to pull you around. Inhale, exhale back to front. Inhale, exhale over to the other side. Inhale, exhale back. That's a good stretch for the upper body and the arms.
All of us are at risk of getting scammed as phishing and scamming gets more and more sophisticated. Here to tell us more about the most common scams is Detective Sergeant Brian Dempsey.
Thank you. Do you own a phone? How about a computer? Are you involved in online shopping? Do you do the lottery? How about some sweepstakes? Do you have grandchildren? Maybe a niece or nephew? If you answered yes to any of these questions, you could be at risk for online scams. My name is Brian Dempsey. I'm a detective sergeant with the San Diego Police Department. I have been with the department for 16 years, spent some time in patrol. I was also a detective, and I'm currently the detective sergeant for our elder abuse unit. I'm hoping by the end of today's presentation, you have a better understanding of some of the common scams we're seeing right now, and maybe a few tips on how to avoid being scammed. Did you know that Americans have lost almost $30 billion this year alone? And if you've been scammed, you're not alone. Almost 60 million Americans have been scammed this year. And what I found, really good in my research was that it's not only the elders. The majority of people being scammed right now are between the ages of 18 and 44 and are males. But the biggest problem, though, is elders tend to have more money. You're towards the end of your career or you're retired. You have more money in the bank account. So the amount that's being scammed, that's where it's really hitting you hard. So let's jump into it and see some of the most common scams we're seeing right now. Oh, there we go. It's catching up. There we go. So the first one's going to be the romance scam. This is where we see our biggest losses. This one takes a little more time and coordination. Generally, our victim is meeting somebody online. It doesn't have to be through an online dating app. It could be over some kind of correspondence, could be some friend. But once that person gets in contact with them, they start to build a relationship. Now, this doesn't take a ton of time, but once they feel that they've gained enough rapport with that person, that's when they set their hooks in and set their trap. What it normally equates to is they say that they've had an accident, or maybe they're behind on some of their bills. And we're very compassionate people. And so we want to help them. But they have no intention of ever meeting with you or ever continuing this relationship. Once they get the money from you, they move on to their next victim. So make sure when you're online and dating that you're physically seeing this person, you're videoing with them. Maybe they're close to you, because most of these people are overseas. Our next major scam we call the granny scam. Doesn't mean that it has to be grandma, it could be grandpa as well. In this one, you're getting contacted by either somebody claiming to be an attorney or your actual loved one. They'll tell you that they were involved in an accident, and they need money for hospital bills. If it's an attorney, they're saying that your loved one was arrested and they need to get bailed out of jail. They rush it and say they need it now. They need that money to pay for the hospital. They need that money in order to get them out of jail. Make sure that you're calling your loved one, because 9 times out of 10, you'll call them and they'll ask you, what are you talking about? I'm fine. I'm at home. I'm at work. Why are you concerned? It's because they're trying to scam you. Once again, they're preying on your compassion. We want to help our loved ones. And they could be actually calling you legitimately about something that happened. But follow up on it. Make sure that they're okay or that they need your assistance and need your help. Our next scam we call the Amazon scam. But this could be any online site that you shop at. With Amazon, you can get it through text messages. I got one the other day, where it tells me, hey, your Amazon account has been hacked. It's got a number for you to call, maybe a link to a website. But in all of these, they're phishing. They're looking for that person to call that number. If you're smart, what I did, I went onto my phone. I went to my Amazon app, looked to see if I had any fraudulent purchases. I didn't. You look at the numbers. Call the actual number to that company that you know is legit. That way, you're getting in touch with them, and they'll tell you whether you're behind on any payments or you have any fraudulent, payments that are pending. And with that, you just need to check into it. And with those Amazon scams, they know enough about you and about your information to make you believe they are legitimately from that company. And that's when they'll ask you to update your card information. hey, I just want to confirm your card that we have with your account. And then you willingly, thinking that they are looking at the same screen that's got your information, are giving you your information as far as your credit card or your debit card to them. Then they could take that money and start making a ton of purchases before you realize that you've been scammed. Next one is a utility scam. For us here in San Diego, it'd be SDG&E, maybe your local water company. And once again, it's a urgency type of thing. Your power is going to get shut off, your water. We never wanted that to happen. But normally, there's a progression to that. They're going to, if you really have not made your payments, they're going to send you something in the mail, something to your email. They may have called you before. They're never going to be requesting that stuff over the phone. And for sure, they're not going to ask for you to buy gift cards in order to pay for those bills. No legitimate company is ever, I can't stress it enough, is ever going to ask for payment in gift cards. And a lot of times that's what they're doing. They keep you on the phone. You go in to buy these gift cards from your local 7-Eleven or Target or Walmart, and they've got special instructions for you to buy these, and then you give those numbers over the phone, and then they have your money, they purchase something, and it's sent somewhere else. And the biggest problem with those cards, gift cards, is the chances of you getting your money back are pretty much zero. When you're doing a wire transfer or something through your bank, if we can catch it fast enough, maybe we can stop that wire, or the banks actually are insured so they can get you some of that money back at times. That's not guaranteeing it. I've seen some banks that do, some banks that have not. But gift cards, stay away from them. They're not going to ask for that. So if you're getting called by SDG&E, say, hey, I'm going to hang up the phone. I need to call you back. Call the number that you know is correct. Look at your bill. Call the 1-800 number they have. Ask them what's going on, and they'll tell you. If you are behind in your bills, they'll let you know. And if you're not, they'll be like, no, that's a scam. Don't get involved in it. Next one's going to be the government scam. That could be me, San Diego PD. It could be the IRS. They're going to tell you that you've either haven't paid your taxes, you're going to get arrested. If it's SDPD or the Sheriff's Department, they're going to tell you that, hey, you have a warrant out for your arrest for some fines that you didn't pay. You need to pay these fines. And they're going to ask you for that payment over the phone. That's not the way we do things. If you have a warrant, we send a notice to your house that, hey, you have this active warrant in the system, you need to take care of it, go to your local courthouse. We don't take those fees over the phone. Everything is done through the courthouse. Do not give them money. The IRS, same thing. Call the numbers that you know. If you're back on your taxes, you would already know that. If you're caught up with them, you're fine. But in a lot of these scams, they're going to say that they're the government. When my detectives are calling you, they're going to give all their pertinent information. Normally, they're going to try and meet you at your house, and we have no problem providing our information to you or meeting you so you know that we are legit. Then we have the virus scams. This is, everybody's got computers nowadays. You'll get pop-ups, malware, or different viruses that can come up on your computer. They're going to have a text information, call this number, your computer's been hacked, you're going to lose all your stuff. This can happen to anybody. This happened to my wife. My wife was on our computer. She got one of these pop-ups. We hadn't discussed it at that point in time. She called the number, gave our information over the phone so that they can then access our computer. The way they're doing this a lot of times is they're having you download an app onto your computer so they can gain access to it, and then they'll do one of two things. They'll either upcharge some kind of virus software that they're going to install on it, which is what happened with my wife, where you're paying a couple $100 for something that you can get at your local store for $50, $60, or even worse, they may even ransom your computer. Everybody's got all this pertinent information, business information on their computers, and they'll lock you out of it and make you pay to get back onto your computer. So my advice in that is keep up with your virus software. Do it yourself. Once again, you can go and search for it yourself, get Norton Antivirus or McAfee or one of the current ones out there and get it downloaded. In our previous presentation, they talked about the Geek Squad. You can always go through Best Buy or one of those places, ask for them, hey, what is the best virus software out there that I can download and get today? And you can take care of that yourself. Next one, we have the lottery and sweepstakes scam. This one involves a lot of money as well. We're still seeing Publishers Clearinghouse, where people are being told, hey, you've won $10 million, but you got to pay your taxes and your fees for it, and you have to pay that up front. So people will send tens of thousands of dollars, because why wouldn't you? $10,000, which will become $10 million? Oh, of course. And we have people still believing that they're going to get that money. That's not the way it works. If you legitimately win a lottery or a sweepstakes, they'll take that out of the money that you're paid. They're not going to ask for those fees and taxes up front. So don't get involved in one of these scams. And I play the lottery as well. So I know full hand that, hey, if I win, I know I'm not going to be getting a call from somebody. I'm going to know, beforehand, and I'm not going to be paying those taxes up front. So how can we protect ourselves? One of the major things is slow things down. Nothing is ever that much of an emergency. In a lot of these cases, like I've said, they want to keep you online or on the phone. They won't let you off. A lot of times, too, they're coaching the person. When you walk into the bank, say this, because they're not going to want to give you, $10,000 or $20,000 in cash. So just tell them that you got construction going on at your house and you need to get that paid for. And then you send that money or give it to them, for their nefarious purposes. So slow things down. Call your loved ones. Make sure you're calling the numbers that you know are legit. Nothing is ever that much of an emergency. Our second one is never pay with gift cards. Like I said, you're not going to get your money back. I feel so bad in those because we get people going in there. And what we're doing right now is we're trying to talk to businesses like 7-Elevens, Targets, Walmarts, and have them better aware of these scams and what's going on. So when you have somebody come into a Target and order $5,000 in gift cards, ask a couple questions. Why? Why are you in here? There could be legitimate purposes. People own businesses. They like to give bonuses to their employees. Maybe they are going to give them one in gift cards. Hey, I have 10 employees. I'm going to give each one a $500 gift card. And that's not unreasonable. But they should be asking those questions to those people purchasing them. That way we know what's going on. And as I said, call back that number. You know it's real. You don't want to call the number they provide because they're just going to bounce you around. You're going to go from one place to another, and you're never going to be calling an actual number. This is a number that they did, and it's normally in a call center. They have somebody sitting next to them. Oh, hey, call this number and you'll get a hold of my supervisor, and then somebody else gets on the phone and continues the scam. And then you need to keep your antivirus software up to date. Our computers are constantly getting hacked. They send phishing emails. Phishing is basically where they send you an email hoping you'll click on a site, click on a link to go to a site that they have set up. This way they can get you onto theirs, make it seem more legitimate for them so that you'll be fooled into paying the money that they want. And I need you to report your crimes. Most of these crimes are going unreported. Like I said, you're not alone. 60 million Americans this year alone have been victimized, by these scammers. And we need to report these. That way we can better try and track them. Now I'm going to be honest as far as what the San Diego Police Department is doing in trying to track down these suspects. It's difficult. 99% of our cases right now are not in San Diego. Our victims are in San Diego, but most of them are suspects. It may link to the East Coast, but eventually it goes overseas. We're seeing a lot in India. And then getting a local police department in order to get federal ties, in order to get over into those countries to shut those places down. But as we've said, $30 billion, it's too lucrative. We shut one place down in India, they'll pop another one up. So they do a few years in jail over there. It's worth it. The amount of money they're taking, compare it to a convenience store robbery where somebody comes in, ends up with 20 years because they're bringing in a gun and robbing a 7-Eleven, versus making millions of dollars and then going in for a couple of years, your family's taken care of, you come back right out and you do it again. So we need to report these so we can try and shut these places down. But the amount of work that we're able to do on the San Diego PD side, it's limited. We write a lot of search warrants. We're really trying to do that, and that's why we're trying to get this information out so we can have, one, less victims, Two, we can better report them so we can see what exactly is going on so that we can continue to inform people like the Targets, like the Walmarts, that, hey, these scams are going on. We need to try and prevent that. And with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Wow, excellent pointers, Brian. Thank you so much. I especially like your advice of don't be in a rush. Nothing is that big of an emergency. Show them that you're smart. Delay it, call back. This was, I thought, excellent thing to remember if you don't remember anything else. So thank you for being engaged. Thank you for submitting your questions. Let's get to those questions. The first one comes from Dave and BJ. They're asking about virus scams. How do you remove the pop-up windows? Sometimes you can't just X out of them. Do we shut down the computer? Do we reboot? What do we do, Brian?
A couple of different things. Obviously, one, you got to keep your virus software up to date, your antivirus software. So when you get that installed, make sure that normally they have a yearly subscription, that you're resubscribing to that. But once it physically has popped up, if you're not allowed to X out of it, a lot of times on the actual taskbar down below, you can then click on that, and, like a right click, and click Close Window. Or you can go Control-Alt-Delete. Most Windows-based software, Control-Alt-Delete will pull up your it's like a task manager, and you can close it from there. If you're getting too many, that may be something that you want to go to a professional, maybe one of the Geek Squads, Best Buy, different type of places, and take your computer in to get a full workup on. And that way you can eliminate those viruses and pop-ups.
So Brian, we're getting lots of questions coming in. I want to go back to something you started with. I think early on in your presentation, you were talking about the romance scams and how these are, unlike the other ones you mentioned, they're long-term. They're really getting to know you and getting your heartstrings. The question is, do you ever catch them? You said, you will never see this person. They'll just playing on your emotion, and then at some point when you have their attention, they ask you for money. Have you ever been able to catch a romance scammer?
We have. Once again, like in most of these cases, it's very difficult. The problem is, in most of these romance scams as well, they don't live in the United States. They're living in another country. They may say that they're living in Texas, or they're living in Florida, or somewhere else, maybe even in San Diego. That's where I'm saying they'll never meet with you. Most of the times, they won't even show themselves. They won't do a face-to-face over, the internet as well. But trying to track them down, we do it through our normal process. When we get a case like that where it's, hey, this was this romance scam, this is where I wired the money to. Let's say you wired money to another account. So we're going to write a search warrant for that account to see who that account belongs to. A lot of times that may be a fictitious account, or it gets drained. There's a lot of steps to these processes, as well. So there are times where you'll have some unbeknownst person that's part of a different scam, where they're being told, hey, this money went into your account. Oh, hey, we made a mistake. It was supposed to be $1,000. We sent $10,000. Can you draw that out, MoneyGram it over here? But for a fee for us making that mistake, you can keep so much of it. And then they send that money to another account. So there's a lot of steps in it. And that all came from that first romance scam that went into that account. Now you have a second layer of scam to have that money then washed with that person and sent somewhere else. But there have been times where we have found a number, we write a search warrant on it, we find out this person lives in Texas. We're trying to create a database right now where we keep track of all the phone numbers used as scams, and if we see they've been used in multiple, then we're able to call that agency, whatever local PD is working in Texas, let's say this person's in Texas, and we have them go and we do a search warrant for that house and that person, and then we're able to catch that person and then take them to court or to trial on it. But so yes, we have caught them, but it is not as easy as you may think.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Here's the next question. So you've encouraged us to report these crimes, no matter which category they might fit into. So what's your advice to the viewers? Is there a national website, phone number? Do we call local and national? What's the best effort to report the crime?
So there's a couple of different ways you can report it. That's a very good question. Definitely report it to your local agency. And that's going to be wherever either the crime occurred or where you reside. So if you reside in the city of San Diego, you would call San Diego PD. That'd be the 531-2000 number. and you report that crime over the phone. You can also go to ic3.gov, ic3.gov, and you can report those crimes to them as well, and they try and keep a database. And you could do both at the same time. Generally, if you're with a bank and you're wanting to work that scam with the bank, then they will require you to file a local police report. But obviously get a hold of whatever institution, if it was done through a bank, wire transfer, or anything like that, report it to your bank as well. That way we can get that through the chain of command and get investigators working on it.
Thank you, Brian. We have a very specific question that comes next. The question is, I have a relative with dementia who has repeatedly been enrolled in Medicare plans over the telephone, which then disrupt his medical care significantly. How can I protect him from future calls? The do not call list doesn't seem to work. Also, we can't seem to log down his Medicare number with CMS. So any advice on this?
That's a difficult question. We have a lot of issues with people that have cognitive decline, dementia, Alzheimer's, different things like that. I would look into, I don't know as far as this question is concerned, has this person been scammed out of money from these calls? And in that, if they have been, obviously you're reporting that, but you can try and get a power of attorney so that somebody else handles their finances, so that that person doesn't have access to their bank, in order to make those payments. But you got to have somebody, obviously you have to have care for that person, because they can no longer do that for themselves. But if they're at that state of decline where they're constantly getting scammed, it may be prudent to look into a power of attorney or have a conservator over that person to keep that person's financial and physical well-being taken care of.
Thank you so much. Our next question comes from Tracy. Tracy's asking, what about the vacation rental property scams? Are you seeing some of those, and what do they look like, and what do we need to know about them?
Yes, we have seen some vacation rentals or real estate scams. Most of our real estate scams, we go through our district attorney's office. They handle those. And the way those will work, a couple different things. Either they'll post an ad on Craigslist or any kind of website saying, hey, this apartment, this vacation rental is up for rent. You agree to it, they're quick at it, and then there may actually be a vacation rental at that property, but this person does not own it, has no rights to it, and then you send them your money, you show up, when you're supposed to be staying at this vacation, spot, and they're not there, and you have no keys, no access to it, and your money's gone. So most of those, it's I don't know if you'd call it a proxy, or it's a second person who's not even involved with that property, but is listing that property as their own. Once again, do your research. Make sure you're going through a good website. I know there are good deals on Craigslist. Just be very prudent with those versus a legitimate website that, like an Airbnb, where they have licenses in order to do those. So try and go through one of those websites first, an Airbnb or a different vacation site. That way you know that you're taken care of. But if you do find a good deal on Craigslist, I'm not saying don't do those, but do a little more research. Make sure that this person does, in fact, own or is an agent for that property before going there.
Excellent. I've used many Airbnbs, and I know that this is the legitimate website to go to for around the world rentals. So I agree. Legitimate is always best, because then you have somebody to talk to that's a real person. Let's go to our next question. It is coming from Debbie, and Debbie's saying, I'm receiving lots of smartphone messages telling me to open an account, to go to a link to collect some dollars or win a gift. Do I block these numbers to prevent these types of text messages permanently? Can I be hacked on my smartphone? And, first of all, how did they get my number to start with? So any advice on that?
Yeah, as far as the smartphones and getting, like I said, I've got an Amazon scam on my phone itself through a text message, so it does happen. Blocking those numbers, sure. Like right now, pretty much every day I'm getting a couple of calls where it'll come through and tell me it's potential, a potential scam call. So most of the companies are trying to work on that, but it takes time for them to get all those numbers in, and these people are constantly changing their numbers, and they're using different ways of technology in order to mask their numbers. It's going to come back or through as a 619 number, but they're calling from out of state or out of country. So trying to protect against that, like I said, you get this Amazon scam or a phone number, call back the legitimate number. Don't click on the links. Do not click on the links that they're giving you, because that's when they normally will have some kind of virus embedded in that link. So when you click on it, then it downloads the virus onto your phone or computer. So basically just make sure that you're prudent with it. Block it if you can. Don't click on the links. Call back the numbers that you know are good. Smartphones are susceptible to it. I don't know, I don't have enough tech savvy to know if your phone, I've heard that phones are generally a little bit safer than home computers that are hooked up into the LAN, but I know phones, if it's electronic, I'm sure they can find some way to get in there. So just be careful.
All right, and we are ready to take the last question for this particular session. The question is the following. What about an email that you get from a major company, such as, for example, Home Depot? It's stating that you have won a prize. They show you which prizes you may choose from, and they also say, here's your mailing cost. That's all you need to pay. That's the only thing you need to pay. Is that sounding legitimate, or is that a type of scam also?
That sounds like a scam. Like I said, a lot of the online shopping, it doesn't have to be Amazon. It could be Home Depot. Call. There's Home Depot numbers. You can go and look up homedepot.com, find out what their number is, say, hey, I got this email regarding me winning a prize, because hey, if I won a prize, I want to make sure that I'm able to collect it as well. I don't know if they would charge you the shipping and handling ahead of time, but yeah, call Home Depot. Find out whether this is one of the promotions they have going on. There are, I mean, you go into Home Depot or some of these stores, they do have different prizes or things you can potentially win from them, but normally they're pretty local. So I would go either to one of those local stores and ask, or call their 1-800 number and follow up with it.
Well said. Thank you so much, Brian. We've covered a lot of ground, and thank you so much for your tips of how to deal with all of these and come into the day, each day, better prepared to know what is the right thing to do. Thank you. Whew. Good stuff. And now it's time to do a little bit of stretching, and let's welcome back our fitness instructor, Russell Rowe.
Hi everyone, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Russell Rowe and I teach group fitness classes here at Oasis Institute, and we are going to do a few stretches. So the first one we're going to do is a tricep stretch. So what you're going to do is you're going to scratch your back with one hand. You're going to grab your elbow if you can do that. If it's too hard to grab your elbow, you can push on your triceps muscles instead. And we're going to hold that for 30 seconds. Generally, it's good to stretch each muscle, each body part for about 20 to 30 seconds if you can do that. And I've got someone timing me who's going to tell me when 30 seconds is up, so I'll know when to switch. All right, good. So switch arms, scratch your back with your other hand. Again, grab your elbow if you can do that and pull that elbow back behind you. That stretches out your triceps muscles. If it's too hard to grab your elbow and pull it back, you can push on your triceps instead. So either of those will work. And we're just going to hold it for a few more seconds here. And that's 30 seconds as well. Okay, the next stretch we're gonna do is where you're gonna interlace your fingers, you're gonna lift up one knee, you're gonna put your hands on your knee, and then you're gonna pull your knee in nice and tight to your chest. So this is stretching out your hamstring and your butt cheek muscles. And again, we're gonna hold this for 30 seconds. If you want to, you could actually wiggle your foot to strengthen your ankle and shin muscles at the same time, which I have people do in their class if they wanna do that, but you don't have to do that. And again, we're just going to hold it for 30 seconds. And switch legs, interlace your fingers around your other knee and pull that other knee in nice and tight to your chest. stretching out your other hamstring and butt cheek muscles. And again, if you want to wiggle your foot, you can strengthen your ankle and shin muscles at the same time. So enjoy Tech Fair, everyone, and I will see you soon.
Our next Tech Talk is about financial threats. Mark Bancroft will discuss tips to keep us safe from fraud and share resources if you or someone you know has been targeted. Let's welcome Mark Bancroft.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me today. I really appreciate that. Again, my name is Mark Bancroft with San Diego County Credit Union. This presentation is brought to you by SDCCU. We're one of California's largest financial institutions, and we've been around since 1938, and we share a lot of we share with the local communities a lot of tips on how to stay safe and how to protect yourself, especially during these times. So today I'm going to spend some time on scams and how to protect your finances during coronavirus in particular. So that'll be our focus. And I look forward to answering any of your questions at the end. Thank you for having me at this Tech Fest. I'm really thrilled to be here. So we'll go ahead and get started here. This presentation will be about 20 minutes long, and then we'll save about 10 minutes for your questions. Okay, so here we go with scams and how to protect your finances. By the way, here's my information too. I put my email up there because sometimes you may have a question that you may want to ask privately. Feel free to go ahead and send me an email at mbancroft@sdccu.com. Incidentally, I used to work in the branch. So if you do have any questions about anything related, we're a full service financial institution. So if you have questions about mortgages or car loans or anything like that, I would love to be your resource as well. You can feel free to reach out to me. So we're going to go ahead and get started on the first slide here. And this is about scams and how to protect your finances. Notice you see the little lock on that screen. We want you to remain safe and keep your private information locked. Scammers are always looking out for opportunities to take advantage of any type of vulnerabilities in the system. It could be even our iPhone not having the latest iOS update, right? You probably have seen that in the last month or so. There was alerts about updating your iOS if you had an iPhone or an iPad. These types of activities, you want to make sure that you're on top of, making sure all your latest updates are kept on our devices, our peripherals, right? So our iPhone, iPad, if we have an iPrinter. And during this time, in this last 18 months or so, there's been a surge of online activity, myself included. I've probably done more than 50% of my shopping compared to maybe 10% online. So during these times, a lot of the scammers, they want to take advantage of this, right? They'll create fake websites, they'll send phishing texts and emails, and they'll try to sell you phony products and attempt to gain your personal information. That's their main goal, right? They want to get a hold of that information. So in this presentation, we're going to discuss the current scams and how to protect your website, or how to protect yourself on the website. So the next slide is going to go over some pointers here. So you might see me looking to my right. I have a dual screen here, so I'm looking at you too. So I'd love to notify our members whenever I see anything that comes on or any scams that we are seeing a trend. You can check out current scams on the ftc.gov, and there's some other websites I'm going to provide you too. Be alert of what's going on. I like to pay attention to the news. And in this slide, it'll say, pay attention to the emails that you're receiving. Some of our members reported receiving emails from the Center of Disease and Control and Protection, the CDC. And the new tactic these criminals were using is they were trying to capitalize on the uncertainty surrounding the coronavirus, right? People were scared, didn't know where to turn to or what needed to be done. And now this is more early on, right? Now I think there's been more awareness, but we still want to bring awareness to this because the email may look like it's real from the CDC, and what they want you to do is they want you to click on that, and then you wind up going to a website that's not the CDC. It's a website that's created by the criminals to steal your email credentials, right? They'll capture your information. And then with that, what you want to do I always make the best practice here. If you get one thing out of the presentation, is not to click on anything that's sent to you. I'm very conservative like that. I will go directly to the website that I know to be true and valid, right? So I will go ahead and go to my Google if you use that and type in whoever the company is that you're looking at. And for this instance, it would be the www.cdc.gov. Now there, you'll have the most up-to-date and accurate information. So you can understand what they're trying to reach you about, if it's legitimate or not. You may even contact if they have an 800 number, but we just recommend you doing that rather than clicking on something that you think's legitimate and then wind up going somewhere it's not supposed to be. So let me go ahead and go to the next slide here. We've seen a big uptick, especially with a lot of the notifications from some of our members. Very cautious. I think people are being more diligent, more vigilant with not responding to any type of emails that claim to be the IRS. Maybe they're saying that we need your email contact information so we can contact you through this channel to make sure you received your back pay from your stimulus payment. We're not, and they'll try to get you excited, maybe that thinking, oh wow, I have more money coming from the government. Whoa, right? As a professor once told me, if it's too good to be true, it probably is. And I find this interesting too, because the branch I worked at was right across the street from this building called the Ziggurat building in Laguna Niguel, and it's a government building. And in that building, they had a department that was the IRS. And sometimes some of their employees would come into the branch. And I remember having a discussion with one of the IRS agents about the calls I've gotten from them. And one of the ladies that works in that building said, we get those calls too. Could you believe that? They actually get calls of people trying to impersonate the IRS themselves. And she just said, we would never contact you that way. And obviously we know that now, right? So we want to make sure that not to answer any type of phone calls like that or emails, texts, or anything related to this. We want to go directly to the legitimate website. So that's just something to keep in mind. And don't sign up to receive a stimulus check too. They might try to get you to say, hey, we have this link right here. It's really easy to use. Just click here, put your account information in. We'll make sure we verify that routing number, and we'll make it automatic for those who qualify. So that we do not want to do. That's another trick they have. Instead, if you have a pen and paper, you want to go to www.irs.gov/coronavirus/get and then -my-payment. There you'll be able to check the status of your payment. Now, I know it's been some while since we've received a stimulus, but if you are concerned about this, I would directly go to the irs.gov to inquire if this is something that's affecting you. If someone's calling you or emailing you to confirm personal details about bank information or money, it's a scam, right? I tell my members at the credit union we would never as a financial institution or any other financial institution call out of the blue and ask for your account number or routing number or your social security number. Now let's say you're applying for a loan and you initiated the transaction, that may be different, but no one be calling you that you didn't expect to call you. And if they're asking that information, I would just hang up and then call that legitimate number to make sure to vet them, to make sure who it was that called you. That would be a good thing to do. I received something from one of my credit cards that said they needed to verify something from me. And I thought, that's really weird. I've never received that. I didn't respond to that email, but you know what I did? I called the 800 number for that particular credit card I had, and they said that we have nothing to contact you about. But I notified that institution to let them know, and I forwarded them the email to their phishing campaign. And that's not phishing like fish, but anti-phishing campaign. So they actually have a department that works to notify customers of these types of false claims to protect their customers from clicking on something they're not supposed to. So it helps to share that information with the institution so they can protect others from falling victim to that. So I thought that was a good point to bring up too. And on our next slide, we'll go here. You've probably seen this during the COVID about offers for home testing, vaccination kits. A lot of these companies made false claims to boost immunity, right, to the virus. Websites that offered masks that will, they'll never come and even, they'll never come to you. They even make fake testing kits that are not legitimate. So at this point, and at the time that this was written, there was no vaccination. However, there's a vaccination now, but there's going to be no boost for your immunity, right? So there's no boost kit for that, So anything that claims to make that go away. I know there was some crazy claims about going into a jacuzzi to rid yourself of all the antibodies, or, take this magic pill. Before falling victim to anything that is too good to be true, right? I know we want to protect ourselves and our family. Best thing to do in this scenario is just contact your doctor's office or local government to see where you can get tested or what they're offering. A lot of us have, been vaccinated or planning to get vaccinated or whatever you want to do as far as that's concerned. But you're not going to find a magic boosting immunity to the virus. That's not available. So a lot of us know that. Just wanted to share that with you. It was just some crazy claims that some of these companies made. Don't believe them. It's not true. They were just trying to exploit the situation. And on the next slide, I wanted to go over practicing, especially this time of year. I know there's a lot of great philanthropy and a lot of great causes out there. You'll see, Toys for Tots and, chips for toys and a lot of, children's hospitals and different things that are providing some great resources for donating, right? Be very cautious of this. We want to make sure they're legitimate. Never donate by gift card. I know a lot of us, myself included, are very eager to help. Very eager to help. We want to help out as much as we can. I came across a great website, and it's a great website to check a charity, and it's called Charity Navigator. That's CHARITY, and then separate word Navigator, NAVIGATOR. You can go on there and you can check the ratings, and it'll provide if that nonprofit aligns, and even if it aligns with your passions and values. But I thought that was a great one to look at. So you could check that out. Or you could check their status with the IRS as well. So there's many different ways that you can do that. But if you ever feel, let's say you're contacted by phone and you don't agree to donate money without, making sure that, don't agree to send money without further vetting who that is. And particularly if you feel pressured, this is a red flag rather. Don't ever make a donation when you feel pressure, especially over the phone. Be sure to ask how much your donation will go directly to the program that you want to help. And then go to verify, as I was telling you about the Charity Navigator, verify that their website is legitimate, right? I'd recommend doing this beforehand. And many of us are eager to help the less fortunate. Especially during this time, and many scammers know, with a lot of people that maybe have lost their jobs or been out of work or maybe didn't have the means to supply, to provide for their families like they like to. Just remember to do your own research before donating, because you do want to make sure the dollars actually go to that good cause and not go to, someone that is taking advantage or a criminal. So make sure you do your checks on that. Here comes the next slide about being careful with giving personal information. Don't give out your personal information. Once your social security number or account's out there, it's out there for good. So we want to be sure not to provide credit card numbers, social security or account bank account information to callers or unsolicited, let's say you get an unsolicited call, text, or email. Just as in the last presentation, he was explaining how a lot of bad actors will send those types of scams through means of email or fake texts. I get so many of those on my phone. I just know to delete them. But it's a trick they try to get you to get personal information, and sometimes they'll even have the same area code as you, and you're thinking, oh, okay, well, it's an 858 number. It's a local number. It comes up. You're thinking that it's someone that maybe you know, and you answer. They're trying to get that. If there's any call that I really need to take, if the person leaves me a voicemail, I'll get back to them if I don't recognize the number. Probably the best practice. If you don't recognize it, don't answer it. And also protect your passwords, account information. We never want to give that out, as they can gain information, right? Or they could sell your information to other scammers. Your information has a value on the dark web. So they take that information and they put it up and they can sell it. They probably sell it for dollars, for social and different information like that. So we don't want to give them that opportunity. Some messages might even say you won a prize, right? Wow, I never knew that I won so many prizes this last year. I even think I got a message saying that I was an heir to a $10 million estate, but I just needed to take care of some taxes before they processed my legitimacy of my inheritance. These messages and emails are just trying to do that, capture just that your basic information. Okay, here's my routing number, here's my account number, so I could pay my back taxes. Here's my credit card, my social security number. You never get the gift or claim, right? Too good to be true, it is. So we definitely want to steer clear of that. I know in the last presentation, he brought up a lot of good points about reporting such things too. We're going to come to that slide. It's important because those trends and patterns and those scams that are going on, they'll be reported. And then they can keep track of that. And even to the point where you've seen, beware of the coronavirus stocks. I don't know if any of you have received any type of strangers that have emailed you that are urging you to invest in a hot new coronavirus stock. In general, it's best to avoid penny stocks. These are stocks trading for less than $5 per share. And even probably even more true is now, because many of those promoters of penny stocks they're praising these small little companies with COVID-19 angles. And they'll say things like, this is the one about to release a cure for the virus. Don't fall victim to these schemes. They rarely end well. Know that there are plenty of legitimate companies that are addressing the coronavirus, and you don't need to take any risky bets. So when it comes to anything that's related to investing, please consult with your financial advisor, right? You always want to run that by them. They're licensed to perform such duties, so they have your interest in hand, and they want to make sure they make the prudent decisions for you, right? With SDCCU, we do have a comprehensive a complimentary financial advisor that can look over your finances if you wanted to get a second look. We have those in all of our branches too. Or if you're working with a financial advisor, if you hear something too good to be true, maybe even from a neighbor or someone telling you, oh, buy this stock or make this is going to be the cure to the virus, or this is the next best thing, always you want to bring it to the experts, right? So something goes wrong with my car, I won't try to fix it. The cars are too sophisticated now. I'll bring it to a specialist who knows the engine and can connect it to a computer to do diagnostic tests. Same with your financial health. We don't want to leave that to chance. So we want to be very careful. We work very hard for our money. We don't want to give it to criminals or fraudsters or too good to be true deals that people are throwing at us. We know that to be very cautious. And then the next slide here, I'm talking about, you've probably seen a theme all morning. The theme has been avoiding clicking on unfamiliar links. I make the habit of checking on links that I don't recognize. For best practice, I just go to the legitimate site from whoever sent me that and then make sure that I'm doing, if they had me apply for an application, if I was doing a refinance and something was sent to me, I would instead go to their website and upload the information on their encrypted, secured website to make sure that it's protected. Check the sender's address, make sure the contact name is the actual email they're sending from. I know, particularly in real estate, we have been cautioning our borrowers, particularly during when you are putting monies into escrow. I've heard stories where the fraudsters, and however they get clever on intercepting emails that may look like they're from a legitimate title company, and they may even try to mock the email, and maybe it's a .com instead of a .com or .org, or however they change it. It isn't the person who you thought asked for that deposit or your earnest money for your new home purchase, right? So in times like that, particularly because there's a lot of pressure if you're making a purchase or you're putting a down payment, make sure that you always are on the phone with those trusted advisors. Many years ago, when I made my purchase, I called the title company and said, is this the email or is this the contact information that I have for you? This is the wiring instructions that you gave me. And then I went ahead and did that based on that verbal confirmation, calling their number that was listed to make sure I wasn't just going to willfully send money without checking. So don't click on anything. Double check. If you're on your computer, you can use your mouse and hover closely to inspect the email address before you click on it. I remember working at another financial institution. It was a commercial bank, and I had a borrower who was wiring out money, and he thought it was weird because his accountant always gave him an email and a call before he ever did a wire. Well, this gentleman was coming and doing it, and he only received an email. And he had given me authority to send out the wire as an officer of the bank. And about a minute before the wire is going to go out, I got a distress call from that client, and he said that that was a bogus email. He called his CPA, and the CPA said, I never sent that email to you. That was a lesson that really I've never seen anything like that happen, to really know that they can do things like that, particularly with money. Double check, triple check. That borrower or that client of mine from the commercial bank I worked at, every time from then on, whenever he was instructed to whatever deal he was doing or commercial property he was buying, he would triple check to make sure his accountant, CPA, and whoever the party was that was in fact something they received. He just didn't just send it out. It was a big eye opener. So that's something to keep in mind. And if they send you any type of downloaded files, well, we don't want to download files from unfamiliar people. Avoid those attachments or external emails. A lot of that what it can do is it can insert some malware into your computer, and that creates a big mess, right? Where there's tracking, and it could be where you may not even know some other things might be going on behind the scenes where it's capturing some of your data. So, and if you're unfamiliar with something, let's say that you're even in the office. I know particularly SDCCU has a very robust ITT department, and they alert us on never to click on anything. And if I ever receive something from our HR department or something like that, I always double check to make sure. And I always get an email or response thanking me for doing that, or also get a second opinion. So I always run that by my coworker or manager. Did they receive this information that's asking us, to do something? And it's in an email that has a hyperlink. Now, most of the time, whoever you may work for may say this, you're going to receive an email asking you to do this survey, asking you to provide this information. This is legitimate. But if you don't, I just say, because we always want to protect our assets, to always double check. I come from the school of being extra cautious than making an error. So we definitely want to be very proactive. And on this next slide, this is so important. I was sharing this earlier about reporting a scam to be proactive. When you're proactive about protecting your personal information, it's the best approach to have, and you can stay safe from these scammers. Also, you can report fraudulent emails, calls, and texts to the Federal Bureau of Investigations. At the Federal Bureau of Investigations Internet Crime Complaint Center. Earlier this was shared, but I just want to make sure you have it. It's www.ic3.gov. Again, www.ic3.gov. And the reason why you want to do that is that they'll keep track of those crimes, and they share that. They may share that on your local news. They keep an open fraud internet crime complaint open, so they can hopefully it could track and stop that, but it could also keep track of patterns where you can go on and see what's going on. So the best process when you do provide your complaint, you want to provide the following information. So they'll ask you for this. So if you want to jot this down, the victim's name, address, telephone number, and email, the financial transaction information. What were they asking for? If they're asking for your account information, transaction date, the amount, maybe they're asking you to send money to, account offshore. You could provide them whatever account information they're asking you to send it to. The subject's name, address, email, website, and IP address. And be very specific about how you were victimized with this. What was done, right? You provided them your debit card information, or you sent them a gift card, or whatever had happened, right? You want to provide them whatever you did. So any other relevant information you believe is necessary to support your complaint, you want to have that available. Again, that's for the ic3.gov. And then they'll investigate that.
So
well
well said. Thank you so much, Mark. Very valuable. I had no idea about the Corona stocks for once, but definitely excellent. We only have time for one question, so I'll go right to it. The question is, there's Social Security numbers, of course, we're very protective of, but so many legitimate institutions like financial institutions and medical institutions do require for us to give our Social Security numbers in order to get service. Is there anything we can do to avoid giving it over the internet or giving it in a different way? Do you have anything to say about, we know these are legit, but they're still asking it and we have this queasy feeling. Should I, shouldn't I? Any comment?
Yeah, I would ask too, if it is in the email format, what would happen if you didn't provide it? Is it just something they would like to have? Maybe, or if they say you don't have to provide it now, maybe when you go to the office, I feel more comfortable when I'm in the dental's office, or if I'm at my doctor's appointment and I'm doing the check-in, maybe I have a copay to pay, and then they need that information, I'll provide it there and then, right? I feel safer. I'm not transmitting that over email. Most of those companies, hopefully, if they're a doctor's office or whatever they may be, I'm sure they have the best intention, but ask if you could do that in person and what would happen if you didn't provide it. I'm sure they're going to want to keep your business.
Well said. Thank you so much, Mark. This is excellent information, and we appreciate you being with us today.
Oh, thank you.
Whew. I am a little stressed out with all that Social Security and security. Now, let's take a moment and get in a few steps with the one and only Ed Griffith. Welcome back. Let's bring in some focus to technology and caregiving. Here with me is Kai Koppenhaver, and she will review the role technology can play in combating social isolation for both the caregiver and the care receiver. Lots to learn. Welcome, Kai.
Thank you. And thank you all out there for joining us today. We're going to talk about the intersection of caregiving, social isolation, and technology. And what does that really mean for you and me? My name is Kai Koppenhaver, and I have several letters behind my name, and I'll explain those. First of all, I'm a registered health information administrator, which means that I can work in the medical records field and deal with confidentiality and privacy and security. I'm also an RCFE, that stands for Residential Care Facility for the Elderly Administrator. And finally, I am a senior home safety specialist. So I can go in and assess a home for safety and the various needs within a home. So I am part of Aging Well Partners. I am a co-founder. And Aging Well Partners exists to empower the aging adult in finding vetted and trusted resources and services that meet their specific needs. We are all certified senior advisors, and we do free consultations. So let's talk about the intersection of caregiving, social isolation, and technology. It's kind of a big bite to chew on, but in the middle of that Venn diagram is the aging adult. And so we're gonna talk about how they all fit together and how they work, and sometimes how they don't work. So these stats are from the National Coalition of Aging Adults, and these stats I found a little bit alarming. You can see as in 2015 there were 43.5 million caregivers in the United States. In 2020, just a year ago, there's now 53 million. 19% of those caregivers are providing unpaid care. That typically means families, friends, loved ones. In 2015, 19% of family caregivers were having problems coordinating the care that they were giving. In 2020, that number rose to 26%. And in 2015, 22% were caring for someone with dementia, Alzheimer's or some other form of dementia. That's gone up to 26% in 2020. And in 2015, 17% of caregivers reported their own health as being fair to poor. That's 17%. In 2020, that's gone up to 21%. I think that those numbers are, that's self-reported, so those numbers might even be underreported. But a rise in all of those numbers with regard to caregiving, and mostly it's informal caregiving is what they call that. It's not that you're going through an agency and paying for somebody to come in and care. It's a family, it's a friend, it's a spouse, it's a loved one, it's a neighbor that's doing the caregiving. So let's take a look at who is that caregiver. 61% of caregivers are women. I don't know if that's terribly alarming, but 61% are women, 39% are men, and 61% of caregivers, these informal caregivers, work on top of doing caregiving. You can see the breakdown in the pie chart of who all is doing the caregiving. 34% of those caregivers are 65 years or older, according to the National Alliance for Caregiving and AARP. 47% of the care recipients, people receiving the care, are 75 years old or older. And we're finding that older caregivers are more likely to be caring for a spouse or a partner. And the average age of a spousal caregiver is 62.3. So those caregivers, those informal caregivers, are typically spouses, and the age of that caregiver is typically 62 years old. In our experience in Aging Well Partners and being certified senior advisors, we're seeing more and more spouses caring for 90-year-old and over parents as well as their spouses who are probably in their 60s or 70s. That's a lot for anyone, let alone being 62 and caring for a spouse and potentially a parent. And also maybe still working and taking care of some grandkids. So there's an irony in caregiving. So caregiving, right? You're giving care to someone. And the irony of that is that 23% of those caregivers said that their health has deteriorated as a result of caregiving. And roughly 30% of caregivers will die before the person that they're actually caring for. The others will suffer some sort of non-life-threatening illness or injury. One of the biggest ones that we see is depression and also autoimmune diseases. We ran into an example of this. We had a granddaughter frantically call us. She was on the East Coast. She had just been informed by the Sheriff's Department that her grandfather had passed suddenly of a heart attack, and her grandmother, who had dementia, who her grandfather was taking care of, she was at the hospital because there was no one in the home to take care of her. And so she needed to figure out how to get from the East Coast to California and make sure that her grandmother, who was sitting in a hospital somewhere in California, was taken care of and got the care that she needed. So we see this, it's sad and it's true. And 30% of those folks are going to pass before the person that they're caring for. So let's move on to social isolation. And I wanted to quickly just make the distinction between isolation and loneliness. So we all feel lonely at times in our lives, and that's not quite what I'm talking about. Social isolation and loneliness are related, but they're different. So loneliness is distressing feelings of being alone or being separated, whereas isolation is the lack of social contacts and social interaction and having very few people to interact with on any kind of regular basis. So I can be in a room full of people and still experience feeling lonely. Isolation is being cut off from that whole room of people. So some of the effects and signs of social isolation to look for are high blood pressure, heart disease, obesity, depression and anxiety. We're seeing a lot of that right now, especially given the social isolation that has come out of the pandemic. Cognitive decline as a result of social isolation, and then a weakened immune system. And that's for a number of different reasons, one of which might be just not getting out, not being able to get out and get some exercise. So then your immune system is weakened. That could also be as a result of nutritional issues. So as we age, our risk of becoming socially isolated and or lonely, it increases. That's just the fact of it. And this is due to many, many factors, some of which might include the death of a spouse or a significant other. It could be financial reasons, and it could be age discrimination, and or it could be decreased mobility and decreased vision and decreased hearing capabilities. There's a lot of other reasons that these could happen, but these are some of the bigger ones. Social isolation isn't just a one-person phenomenon, especially when one spouse is potentially thrust into becoming the primary caregiver for the other spouse. And now each one of them in their own way becomes socially isolated. And when you have a spouse caring for another spouse, the playing field, the relationship is no longer an equal relationship. You're no longer partners in life. You are partners in life, but one person becomes a partner and a caregiver, and the other person becomes a partner and a care receiver. This is especially prevalent with cognitive issues when you have one spouse that is diagnosed with dementia or a mild cognitive impairment. So caregiver isolation is something that's very prevalent, and it can be very devastating. You would see it when you see somebody withdrawing from family and friends. They become irritable. They become depressed. Maybe some anxiousness around everything. Feelings of helplessness. Changes in sleep patterns. Not being able to sleep. A lot of insomnia. Waking up in the middle of the night. And just not being able to get that solid 6 to 8 hours of sleep, uninterrupted sleep. Changes in eating habits. When you're isolated, sometimes you don't eat or you eat more than is necessary. Exhaustion, both emotional and physical, that relates back to that sleeping patterns. But then the emotional aspect of it is because you're a caregiver and you maybe just don't feel like you have that social support system anymore, or not as much anymore. There's more focus on the other as a caregiver. You're focused more on the person that you're giving care to and less on self. And then withdraw from a previous lifestyle or activities in a previous lifestyle. So you stop going to the coffee klatch, or you stop going to dance lessons and things of that nature. We have worked with husband and wife that were world travelers, and they lost their best friends and travel companions, and then the companions that they did have, the travel companions that they did have, stopped coming around once the wife was diagnosed with Parkinson's. Sometimes a spouse will lose their spouse with dementia as the dementia progresses. It's called the long goodbye. The spouse doesn't die, but you lose them daily, little by little, and that can lead to some definite isolation, both for the caregiver and the care recipient. So let's look at hopefully some solutions to help out with this caregiving and social isolation as they interact and touch one another, the overlap of the two. So the main ones that we know, most of us know about, are computers and tablets and cell phones, right? We can get on the computer and we can do FaceTime. We can get on the cell phone and do FaceTime if you have an iPhone. You can get on a computer or a tablet and do Skype. You can do Google Chat. You can do a Zoom, which is more of a meeting type. So I realized that I didn't have a cell phone. I didn't have an iPhone, and so I didn't do FaceTime. But if you have a Gmail account and you can do Google Chat, there's a way to do a video chat through Google, through Gmail. There are lots of games that you can play as a caregiver and as a care recipient that keep you engaged, keep your mind working. Things like solitaire, mahjong. Luminosity is a paid subscription where it's brain games that are scientifically formulated to keep your brain active and keep those synapses firing. Words with Friends is a game now online where you can actually be playing with, you can be competing against a lot of different people that you don't even know. They're in different states, different countries potentially, but you can be doing the game with them, and that definitely keeps your mind sharp and maybe adds some frustration to your day. I've never played it. I don't think I want to, because I think I would probably get frustrated with Words for Friends or with friends. You can attend, and we're doing it right now. You can attend events online via webinars and live casts. You can do seminars. You can sign up for courses. Oasis might be a good idea. They offer a lot of different seminars and courses. You can attend concerts online, so virtually you can attend concerts. You don't have to go out unless you can get out, and then go see that concert in person if you can. These are opportunities to engage your mind, to engage some social activity, and it's an opportunity to connect with other people, maybe other caregivers. There are caregiver support groups, and they can understand what you're dealing with and the feelings that you might be having. So there's all sorts of kind of cool things out there right now with regard to technology. As you can see, so we all have probably seen the medication box, and that's very manual. They now have medication boxes that will hook up to your smartphone if you have one, and they will remind you when to take various medications. Hydration bottles that light up when it's time for you to hydrate. There's health and well-being. You can do yoga online. You can do all sorts of classes online. And there's incontinence technology that tells you when a bladder is full. It's like a sonogram. It tells you when your bladder's full. It can tell you if you're on the verge of a urinary tract infection. There's a lot of different technology out there right now. And a lot of different apps, if you have cell phones again, smartphones, that can help you with a lot of the health and well-being issues that caregivers face, and care recipients as well. So I think that there's a lot of thinking outside of the box that needs to be done, that is being done with regard to the technology and social isolation, and also working with the caregiver so that the caregiver doesn't suffer something serious or some sort of illness and then not be able to be the caregiver that they are. So with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Thank you so much, Kai. Definitely lots to think about. Whether we're ready or not, we will be caregiving at some point. And I know there's probably no course you can sign up to be ready to be a caregiver. Like you said, sometimes it's upon us, and we need to rise to the occasion and become an instant caregiver. Thank you for pointing out some excellent technology tools that can help us stay well and healthy, and also figuring out what can help my loved one that I'm caregiving for. Any tips? So the first question coming in here from the audience is, could you talk a little bit about how do you create motivation for someone who's not comfortable using technology? You've mentioned some gadgets that we could, pill boxes and lighting up and things you can probably find online. How do you create motivation where people say, I'm too old, I don't do technology, I can't. What would be your response?
It's a great question, and I always think of my father, because my father refuses to deal with a cell phone. He doesn't know how to work it. He doesn't get on the computer. And so I use him as my example of how would I get someone that isn't tech savvy to maybe engage and start to use some of this technology. And the first thing would be to take some classes. And I would probably, my dad was here, he lives in Montana, but if he was here, I would take him to an Oasis course. I would take him to a beginner computer course and sit with him probably, and just really learn how do you turn it on? What do you do? What don't you do? What does it look like? How do you move the mouse around? things like that. I mean, there are some very basic classes out there that deal with that. You don't have to go in and think that they're just going to immediately jump to the intermediate stage of computer learning. They really will walk you through how do you turn it on? Where is the on button? And so I think that that would be, and you can take those classes, well, online. That sounds kind of funny because you'd have to then turn the computer on to do that. But I would come down here to Oasis and I would take a class. With a cell phone, I might check with the carrier to see what kind of classes they offer. Verizon, I know, offers courses in their stores, or at least they did before the pandemic. Probably getting back to that. So you can go in there and learn how to use the phone's features.
Thank you so much, Kai. We're getting excellent questions in the chat box, so let me go to the next few. This particular question goes back to your comments about UTI. Can you tell us a little bit more about the bladder technology that could be helpful? And then I believe you mentioned an app. Can you tell us more?
Sure. So I really love these products, and these products are offered through one of our Aging Well partners here in San Diego. And there were two photos on that slide. One of them is, it's like an ultrasound technology. So the monitor sits right about bladder level, right about belt level, and it can sense, it can actually look at and tell, and then it has a little readout that will tell someone how full their bladder is. It will say 50%, it will say 25%. And this allows either the person wearing it or the caregiver to take a look and get to a restroom before there's an accident, before there's, there's something that you end up having to go home because it happened. So that is a really swift technology, I think, to be able to say, we're at 70%, we should find a bathroom now. The other piece in there is there are strips that you can buy for either yourself or for the person you're caring for. And what it is it goes inside of a brief or a panty liner, and it will tell you when there's urine on it, it will tell you if you are in the first stages or full stages of a urinary tract infection. It's the same technology, it's the same thing that they do when you go to the doctor's office and you urinate in a cup. They're going to basically dip that into something, and it's like a little strip. And it says, here's where your red blood cell, white blood cell, and proteins and infection are. That strip, they've figured out how to put that into an adult brief or an adult liner, panty liner, and it tells you right then if you should be getting to the doctor for a prescription or for a checkup.
Thank you so much. This was excellent detail, Kai. We appreciate it. Let me go to the next question. So you mentioned a little bit about social isolation and what defines loneliness versus social isolation. What would you say are the tips to know when you're in it? Like, what are you looking for when you're like, okay, now I know what Kai told me. I'm socially isolated. I need to do something about it. What would you say that is?
Another great question. I think one of the first things that, as a caregiver, are noticing if you are becoming socially isolated or at risk for that, would be the feelings of helplessness, the feelings of hopelessness. Feeling like you don't quite know who to call, or you don't feel like you can call anybody that could really help. Just feeling like you're on your own and there's really no one else to turn to. I think that those are the beginning feelings of isolation. And if they're left unchecked, then it can progress into becoming full-on isolated from family and friends and everything that you used to love to do.
Thank you so much, Kai. So if you come back later today and tomorrow, we will be talking more about using robotics, social robots to fight social isolation as one piece of technology. We'll be talking about telephone reassurance program for socially isolated. So we'll be talking a little bit more about some of the social isolation technology solutions. Let me take the next question that's coming from Janet. Janet says, if you're alone and need to hire someone to help care for you, how do you find someone you trust?
Perfect. So that's exactly why Aging Well Partners exists, is me and my other two business partners who co-founded Aging Well Partners, we have put together a list of vetted and trusted partners in all areas that touch on the aging adult. And so right now in San Diego County, there are roughly, at any given time, 200 in-home care agencies. These are folks that come in and do non-medical type of care. That's helping with bathing, grooming, meal prep, light housework, things like that. So I don't know too many people that either have the time or want to call all 200 of them. And then, you know, you really should interview these companies. When you narrow it down to 2 or 3, interview them to see if what they're offering and how they're going to offer it, because everybody does it a little bit differently, is going to fit with your lifestyle and with the needs that you or your loved one have. And so we've done that work and we've vetted these various companies, and there are only a couple of, there's a select few companies that we will work with because we know that they're reputable, they're trustworthy, and that you're going to get what you pay for when you engage them in a contract.
Thank you so much, Kai. Excellent advice for all of us. So the next question is coming in, and it is the following. My friend has a business where she matches family needs with caregivers she has vetted. Do you recommend this route?
Great question. Again, these are some awesome questions. So here's the thing about in-home caregivers. We only work with licensed caregiving, and the state of California recently, they've always licensed in-home care agencies, but they now are putting up these in-home care agencies. They're basically their report card. If they're licensed and through the state of California, their care violation history is available online. And so when I tell people, when somebody says, hey, I have a family friend, or I'm gonna have this person come and do a live-in, I always caution them, because if they're not licensed and they don't have insurance, liability insurance, unfortunately we've seen some bad cases where things were taken, caregivers show up one week, do whatever it is that they do, and they're never heard or seen again. And that's working with a non-licensed company. We always want to work with a licensed company. That's all we'll ever work with. And so if you're going to go the non-licensed route, I'm going to say, do your homework, do your due diligence, do a criminal background check. It costs about $30. Have that done just to see who it is that you're going to have in your home with your loved ones.
Thank you so much. We have time for one last question, and it is coming from someone in Arizona, and I think it's an excellent question. You've mentioned Aging Well Partners here in San Diego County that you can definitely trust to give you some good guidance. But what about outside of San Diego County? Where do you go to find some trusted advisors?
Beautiful. So Aging Well Partners is a national company. We work with vetted partners in other states, and we can find you certified senior advisors to work with, and the various organizations that are vetted and trusted in your area.
Thank you so much. Well, clearly we've all learned a lot about what to think about in caregiving. That's coming to us sooner or later. So appreciate your kind words and good suggestions, Kai. Thank you. Whew. Is it time now to take a little breather? Yes, it is. Let me introduce to you our Tai Chi instructor, Pat Griffith, and let's take a breather together.
Hi folks, my name is Pat Griffith from the Escondido Senior Center, and we're going to do a little stretching for you to get you loosened up in between sessions. So let's start with the neck first. All we're going to do is go side to side, just slow and relaxed. Especially sitting during the day, these necks get tight. Just let it flow, nice and smooth. Good, now just put your hand on top of your head, let the shoulder drop, and just take a nice deep breath. Let's go to the other side, take a nice deep breath. Good, now let's roll the arms forward. We're just gonna breathe in, breathe out. Kind of like you're doing the butterfly stroke in the pool. And the other way, breathe in, breathe out. In our classes, we call this the tiger clears the way. Then we're just going to bring the arms up. We're going to let it drop. Breathe in, breathe out. And actually, this is more the tiger clears the way. Let's take a nice deep breath. Just open up the joints. Good. Then we're going to breathe in. Breathe out, one arm, reach up for the star, lift up the sky, and push the earth. Breathe in, breathe out. Then breathe in, breathe out, both arms hold up the sky or heavens. Then roll the elbows a couple times. And the other way. Good. Enjoy the rest of your fair, the tech fair, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back. We are ready for another really important topic today. Let's talk about identity fraud. It is definitely on everyone's mind. And we're here to learn some practical tips from Tony Anscombe. Welcome, Tony.
Hi. So thank you for that great introduction. We're going to talk about identity theft, but generally cybersecurity, because it's something we all need to be very aware of at this moment in time. So let's crack on, because I know actually the best part of this presentation is going to be the Q&A, because I know everybody's going to have some really interesting questions around how to protect themselves on their laptops, phones and other devices and such like. So slide please. So this is me. I'm Tony Anscombe, Chief Security Evangelist at ESET. ESET is a cybersecurity company. We've been around in the business for about 30 years, so quite a long time. And most of you might know us from our antivirus stroke anti-malware product that might be on your laptop or
I guess we lost Tony for just a brief moment. We are figuring out the technical difficulties, and we will be right back with you. Tony, hope you're not lost on these internet pipes. We hope we find you soon. Welcome back. We found Tony in San Francisco and he's back online with us. Isn't technology the most beautiful thing? Well, let me introduce Tony Anscombe once more, and we will be learning a lot from him as he has a lot of experience with identity fraud. And so take it away, Tony. We're happy to have you here.
Yes, and sorry about that for being disconnected. It shows that it happens to even the best of us. So this is me. Here's my email address. If you do have a question after this presentation you don't want to ask in a public forum, please send me an email. I will endeavour to come back and answer it. Slide, please. So cybercrime is an issue. I mean, we read all the things in the press about ransomware attacks and data breaches. And down in San Diego, there's been a number of data breaches. For example, the Scripps issue where they got hit with ransomware, and some of the data was also exfiltrated, so taken from their systems out onto the internet as well. So cybercrime is a business. We tend to think about these criminals in the back of garages huddled over a laptop or such like. Cybercrime back in 2018 was valued at about $1.5 trillion as the cost of big business. Today, that's valued at over $6 trillion. So you can see this is an escalating issue, and it's hugely profitable, unfortunately, for cyber criminals, which is why we all need to play our part in staying safe online. So I just wanted to give that somewhat in perspective. Slide, please. So the Federal Trade Commission actually collects data when people turn around and make a complaint or such like, or turn around and say that there is an issue with an online identity theft or a scam or an online shopping or negative reviews or such like. I've frozen again. I can hear you, my friend. I can hear the music.
Here we are. We lost Tony just for a moment, so we will be back with Tony and with you in just a moment. Thank you for your patience. Welcome back. My elves in the ear are telling me that the internet in San Francisco just got 100 times better, so we're going to give it one more try. Welcome, Tony, and let's learn about identity fraud. Take it away.
Firstly, my huge apologies for getting disconnected in that way. So let's shift on to the slides where we've got some real content and we're going to try and help you out. So if you could advance the slides for me, please, and go past that one. So identity theft is a huge issue for all of us. I mean, many of us are spending our lives online and engage in giving lots of our data to different vendors and such like. In fact, it's such an issue. Around 60 million Americans have been affected by identity theft in some way. And that number is growing, unfortunately, on a year-by-year basis. Slide, please. So how do people collect information about us? Well, obviously, there's somebody stealing our wallet or our purse. You know, we leave it on a coffee shop table and it disappears, or if somebody takes it out of a bag. There's a rich amount of information in that wallet. But of course, if we look at the specific pieces and you know, the picture of the person dumpster diving here is just to make you aware that if you are throwing out personal information, if you are throwing out paperwork that's got your identity on it, actually somebody might be taking that out of your trash. So make sure that you're shredding everything that's got your identity on it, and make sure you're keeping that information away from the people that might be going through that trash. But of course, the internet is one of the biggest ways we actually give our information willingly up to other people. But of course, there's scammers out there trying to get it too. And there's, of course, data breaches, which we hear a lot about in the media on a daily basis. Slide, please. So what are they going to do with our identity? Well, unfortunately, one of the biggest things, and on that Federal Trade Commission slide a little bit earlier on that we skipped over, one of the top ways that actually our identity is abused once somebody gets hold of our social security number and other bits of information that allow them to abuse our identity is to actually go and claim benefits or pension payments or social security in some form, or even file tax filings. However, the IRS have done a good job over the last few years in actually clamping down on that and reducing that risk for us. So there's an awful lot of information going out there, and there's an awful lot of ways that identity thieves can make money. Yeah, they can control our cell phone, so they can even do what's called a SIM lock, get hold of our cell phone, and that cell phone gives them access to all sorts of things, and we're going to come back to that in a moment. And they can forge checks and such like. So there's lots of ways that an identity thief can actually abuse us. Slide, please. And slide again. So one of the big ways in here is phishing emails. Now, this is not a new phenomenon. We all get in our inbox every day. We get all these emails landing there that are saying that your PayPal account or your Netflix account is needing to be verified. So please log on to that account and verify your information, or there's some type of issue or whatever. And the problem is that email lands in your inbox. It's got a link. You're going to click the link. You end up on a web page, and we're going to look to see what that looks like in a moment. But you end up on that web page. The minute you open the email, the cyber criminal is tracking your activity with that email. So they actually know that you're opening the email. So they're validating that you are a real person with that email address, which gives them more opportunity to create campaigns going forwards. Slide, please. And this is what a phishing email, we've all seen them. PayPal is one of the most top brands used in phishing attacks such as this. And you can see in this instance, I've actually created the links here. So if you hover over the who from address, you can see that actually this email is not from PayPal at all. It's from another address. And you should look for grammatical errors in the emails. Yeah, big companies very rarely make grammatical errors, because an email like this would have been a template. It would have gone through an edit process and all sorts of things. And if you look at the parenthesis around after the information full stop, and then opens a parenthesis, and a full stop within the parenthesis, you can see there's a lot of grammatical errors in this email. So it should highlight to us that actually this is a fake email, it's nothing to do with us, and we should just delete it. So next slide, please. But where would it take you? This is like the web page it will take you, and if you look here, you can see that this web page doesn't have the secure. It says not secure in the browser. Now you should on the real website see the padlock. However, that's not a tried and tested means of knowing you're on the right website either. Always check the address, because some phishing sites like this that are trying to get your data will actually have that encryption, so we'll have that secure sign on there as well. So look at the address and make sure that looks real too. But basically you can see this particular site probably doesn't look too real, but they are getting clever. Next slide, please. And this is an example actually of a bank in an offshore bank in the UK called National Westminster Bank, NatWest. And it just shows how effective some of these phishing sites really are. You can see, you know, one is very close to the other, and I challenge most of us to actually understand what the difference is between the one on the left and the one on the right. Just out of interest, if you are looking at this, the one on the right-hand side of your screen is the real one. So it's challenging for even the best of us to understand what's fake and what's real. Next slide, please. And what happens to that PayPal if you give them information? Well, this is the dark web, and as you can see, there's a list of PayPal accounts behind here. And this is a picture of a dark website selling your PayPal account, or not selling yours, selling PayPal accounts that have been abused. So once you give up that password and the identity and password, you know, they actually then go on and auction off, sell off the access to your account for somebody else to abuse. So there is an entire business process behind this. Next slide, please. And next slide. In the interest of time, we have those disconnections. We're going to move ahead. And also, spear phishing is an issue. The more data that gets breached, the more targeted and personalized some of these emails become. Next slide, please. And this is an email to me from somebody I know. Alexandra does some great work with charities, and we've run projects before. And as you can see, this was actually somebody took control of his LinkedIn account, sent an email to all the people in his LinkedIn database, and it looks and feels very, very personal, and it looks correct. So the timing's right. There are some little things in here that it wasn't personal enough, because Alex and I know each other very well. It's not addressed correctly because he'd signed his emails Alex, not Alexander. So there are some things that are wrong in here. But my point is, even sometimes when you get emails from people you trust, you've got to look at these emails and think, is this in context of the person that's sending it? Does it feel and look like the person that actually I know and trust? And if it doesn't, then the best thing to do, send them a text message, give them a call and ask them, did you send me this email? It alerts them that they may have been abused, or their account may have been hacked, and more to the point, it'll validate the email for you as well. Next slide, please. Next slide. So unfortunately, what is it that identity thieves are looking for? Well, shred everything personal. I mean, that's the first thing we've already covered for that dumpster diving. But also, think about every interaction you have online. Is my data actually essential? Even when a legitimate company is asking you to give over that data, we don't know when they might have a data breach. So make sure that you're actually looking and keeping hold of the data that you don't think they need. If they're asking for too much data, then don't hand it over. But the identity thief is basically after every piece of information they can get from you. The more wealth of information they can take from you, the more likelihood it is that they're going to seem and feel like you when they go to abuse your identity. So protect yourself in all these different ways. Next slide, please. Now, of course, and it doesn't always take the form of online either. So while we might be giving up our information online, somebody might be sending us a link, etc., etc. Just be aware these things can also happen on phone calls as well. That phone call that turns around and says there's a tax rebate, or your car's out of warranty, or there's an issue with your laptop and we need to update the software on your laptop, or whatever it is, make sure that actually you're just hanging up those calls, because those are spam calls. I can tell you now, Microsoft do not know about a problem on your laptop before you do. And they do not proactively call people in that way. And make sure you're running a good cybersecurity antivirus protection. And make sure, importantly, it's up to date and it's active on your machine. And of course, ESET have a product here as well. But make sure you're running anybody's product to stay safe. Next slide, please. Now, one of the things we often do is go to the coffee shop, we connect to their Wi-Fi, and while we're on their Wi-Fi, then we start actually doing things. Now, make sure if you are connecting to public Wi-Fi in this way, now, firstly, the best practice is to use some sort of virtual private network. But if you haven't subscribed to one and you haven't gone down that path and you do connect to public Wi-Fi, make sure you don't transact or hand over any details. So if you are signing on to a system, potentially somebody on that public Wi-Fi could be actually looking at your traffic flowing, looking at your ID, your password, depending on what you're signing on to and whether it's secure in itself. So make sure you're holding back that information, that, you know, and making, make sure you do your transactions on your home network where it's encrypted and you're in control and it's within the privacy of your own home. I mean, bear in mind, in a coffee shop, somebody might be looking over your shoulder as well. So vigilance and question everything you're doing. Next slide, please. Now, one of the big things that we can do, and this is something I encourage everybody to do, is actually to make sure you lock down your credit file. And locking down your credit file is really, really important, because what it does is it means that somebody can't take credit or abuse, and credit with a bank, credit cards or such like. Lots of different organizations do credit checks on a frequent basis. You'd be amazed at how many times your credit file is actually accessed. You can lock your file. Yeah, so you can set it that maybe it's had a temporary fraud alert or such like, but you can lock it and unlock it when you need to use it or somebody needs to use it. So if you are going to the bank or you're going to take out a new loan or such like, you can actually unlock it and allow them access to it and then relock it. So make sure that you actually lock this down, and make sure your families are doing the same. One of the things that identity thieves will do, if they steal the identity of a child, they'll actually start a credit file and start this issue for a child, even though they're not of the right age. And by the time the child then gets to go to college and is looking to maybe take a loan for a car or such like, then they might actually find their credit score is already very, very bad because somebody else has abused it. So lock your kids' credit files as well. Be really proactive, your kids and your grandkids. Next slide, please. And if you do get, you are a victim of identity theft, then the FTC is a place where you, one, go and report it, but more to the point, they provide great advice on actually locking down your credit and what to do, etc., etc. One of the things I missed earlier on was one of the big protections here online is, of course, two-factor authentication and passwords. Cybersecurity guy talking about passwords and two-factor authentication. It's not unique, but it's one of the most important things we should be doing to actually lock and protect our identity. Next slide, please. And one thing, I talk about lots of bad things that happen online, etc., but the internet's a good place. Think about what life would have been like had we not had the internet during this pandemic, being able to talk to our families on a frequent basis and having those FaceTime conversations and such like. So we must never forget the internet generally is a good place and actually has transformed the way we communicate. Next slide, please. And let's try and get some questions going. Let's bring back our host there. And I apologize again for that disconnection that we had at the start. I'm not sure what was going on there.
Thank you, Tony. Definitely, you are an expert in this field, so thank you for being with us. The questions are pouring in, and we're going to get to as many of them as we can. So let me start with a question from Davis, who says, Tony, do you recommend VPNs, which are virtual private networks?
Lots of people run a VPN to get to a football game or content that may be geographically restricted. I mean, that's one use of them. But if you are using public Wi-Fi on a frequent basis, then it's actually a good idea to hide the content coming out of your machine. So basically a VPN encrypts from your machine out into the network. So over the public piece of the network, where you're sat in that coffee shop, a library, an airport, or whatever it might be, it will encrypt it in the same way your data is encrypted on your home network. However, at the other end, it then decrypts and sends it off to the website that you're trying to get to. If all you're doing is browsing the news or such like, and you have security products on your machine, you have a firewall on your machine, you have antivirus software, and you're not transacting or putting in any personal details, then you may not need a VPN. But it's a good protection to actually have as well.
Thank you so much, Tony. We're getting to the next question. This one is coming from Bruce. And Bruce is asking, which is better for my wireless laptop? McAfee that comes free with AT&T or Windows Defender? I shouldn't use both, right?
Well, actually, you can't use both. For Windows, the operating system itself, if you install a third-party security product like McAfee or ESET, and I should say the best one for you actually is ESETs, but if you are using a third-party product, Windows Defender automatically switches itself off. And that's true of Windows 10 and Windows 11. Yeah, the most important thing is that you are running some form of antivirus product. And on Windows 10 or 11, if the third-party product expires after a period of time, Windows Defender will cut back in and protect you anyway. But there's something called monoculture security, and the problem is if everybody uses one product, you end up with weaker security. So it's actually good for all of us to use slightly different products. So yeah, having a third-party product that adds additional value as well. So for example, ESET's product, we have banking protection. If you go onto your bank site, it will actually open a different browser window, it'll lock down all the connections, and it'll give you banking protection, it'll provide you parental controls. It adds a lot more value than what comes with the operating system. I know McAfee have very similar things in there. So my recommendation is actually use a third-party product.
Excellent, thank you. I had no idea that the variety is good in this case. So let me go back to another question from Bruce. He's asking, is there a way to find out if someone has opened any accounts in my name?
Absolutely. Your credit file, so contact one of those credit agencies, Experian or TransUnion, and actually ask to see your credit file. On the credit file, it will show all the accounts that have been attempted to be opened, and it will show the accounts that you actually have. So financial companies report back to those credit bureaus with information on a monthly basis. So for example, if you miss a payment, your credit score goes down. That's how the credit score is going down, because they notify those credit bureaus that actually you've had a missed payment. But if somebody's tried to access, then actually take that notification. Now, myself, I don't pay for any service with a credit bureau. I take the free service, so I'm just monitoring myself. So once a month or whatever, I log on and look to see whether anybody's doing anything. However, you can pay, and they will proactively tell you when somebody tries to access your credit file. And the reason I don't do that is because my credit file is actually locked.
So this is actually an excellent segue to a question from Julia. Julia is asking for clarification. So if I lock one credit agency, does that lock all three?
No, not necessarily. If you put a credit alert, a fraud alert on your credit file, then it does notify all three. And all three will then have that extra level of authentication should anybody actually try and access your credit file. So, but unfortunately, a freeze on one doesn't freeze on all.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Next question has to do with the browser called DuckDuckGo. The site is used as a browser, and the person is saying, I'm always getting the message, this is not secure, even when I know that that particular site is a secure one. What to do?
Well, so DuckDuck is actually a search engine. So it's something you use, for example, in the same way Bing or Google or even Yahoo or one of the other many search engines that are out there. So DuckDuckGo is a search engine rather than a browser. And what it's doing is it's looking at the data that's being sent back and forth. So for example, it will restrict some things actually coming down into your browser. So generally take them as warnings. DuckDuckGo is actually a good private search engine. It's all personal. It's all very, very much personal choice. What you can also do, if you know, lots of us like to use Google. If you want to use Google, go into your security settings and actually stop Google tracking you. So turn off all the geography history and the history of search, and don't allow them to collect this. It then also protects you in somewhat of a similar way.
And speaking of tracking, we have a question about email tracking. How do you enable email tracking?
I'm not too sure I understand the question. The way that cyber criminals track the emails they send you is if you look at the link, if you hover over the link, what you'll see is a string of numbers and letters after the email. And you can see this in legitimate emails as well. So if, for example, you've got from your favorite shop today an email saying they've got a sale on or whatever, if you hover over the link they've sent you to go to their website, you can actually see this long string of numbers and letters. That's a unique tracking code. And what that means is when you open that web page, they know it came from the email they sent you. So then suddenly you may see an email tomorrow that turns around and says, hey, we noticed you looked at this, or you left this in your cart. That's actually how they're doing it, is because they know the session that you went to.
All right, next question is a complex one, but I know you probably have some good advice. It's coming from Kari, and Kari is writing, did I get scammed with an antivirus on my computer? Here's what happened. My computer stopped and a big blue screen came on that said to call this number and not to turn off my computer. I had to pay $484 with my checking account. They remotely worked on my computer for 1 hour. They say they are Windows Online support, and my computer now works perfectly.
That sounds to me like it's a scam. What you're describing is what's known as the blue screen of death. However, a blue screen of death doesn't come up with a phone number that you then contact for support.
Up a little bit? So we're ready.
So I would hazard a bet that actually that may well have been a fraudulent type of scam, and we should actually make sure that you've got some good antivirus software, cybersecurity software on your device to actually see whether whoever it is that scammed you may well have left something on your device, and you might be a future customer of theirs again. So they may actually have left something on there that means they could actually replay the entire thing and do this again. So we should actually connect. Please connect with me. You got my email address was at the start of this presentation, and if not, please reach out to the Oasis team and ask for my email address, and we should get somebody to take a look at your device.
Thank you so much, Tony. Yes, you can get in touch with us and get Tony's email, and we will be packaging all of the Tech Talks, so you can go back and hear Tony repeat the information if you missed some of it today. Thank you again, Tony, for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure, and I'm so sorry we had some connection issues.
No worries. Thank you again. All right, we have been focusing on really intense learning all morning long, and now it is time to take a little break for lunch. We will be back at 12:10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time with our next speaker. So hope you enjoy a healthy meal, and I'll see you very, very shortly. Thank you. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed a healthy snack and that you're ready now for more learning. Our next session will focus on separating fact from fiction. There are plenty of sensationalized headlines and absolutely misleading stories on the internet. In a moment, Tiffany Zhang will give us some tips on how to navigate this whole situation. But before we hear from Tiffany, let's see this video from AARP.
Visit AARP's Fraud Watch Network webpage. Our team of fraud fighters has real-world tips and tools to help protect you and your loved ones. Call the Fraud Watch Network helpline if you or a loved one suspect a scam. The helpline is operated by staff and volunteers with extensive training and experience fighting scams. You can stay one step ahead of scammers with bi-weekly watchdog alerts to have news on the latest scams delivered right to your inbox. Check out the scam tracking map. No matter where you live, fraud is never far away. And protect yourself and others by searching for existing scams near you or report a scam. You can find fraud-related articles that are in the news. And you can learn to spot and avoid the latest scams with the tip sheets in the Fraud Resource Center. Listen to the award-winning podcast, The Perfect Scam, that profiles some of America's biggest scams. The podcast series features compelling personal stories from scam victims and their families. And there are interviews with professional con artists and leading experts so that you can pull back the curtain on how scammers operate. And connect with us on Facebook for up-to-date information and breaking news. You can find all of this information and more on the AARP Fraud Watch Network webpage at aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
This is indeed a very important topic. So let's take it away, Tiffany.
Hi, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And welcome to today's presentation on the AARP Fact Tracker. We're really grateful to have you here, and we're glad to be here at the Get Connected Tech Fair. So my name is Tiffany Zhang. I am a program specialist with AARP California, and I actually work out of the San Diego office here. So I look forward to facilitating today's conversation about sorting fact from fiction, and hopefully by the end of this presentation, you'll gain a better understanding of why misinformation exists, how it spreads, and then how you can verify information for yourself. Let's go to the next slide, please. So, does anyone remember the cotton ball diet? It was this really big diet trend that came out on the internet in the 2000s, and where people were told to eat cotton balls and they would lose weight, and could have led to some major health issues if acted upon in real life. And you see, you can't really take everything said online as fact, and while this may be a humorous, modern example of something that we'll explain called misinformation, it's something that has been around for centuries and could have been very harmful. And anyone remember in the 90s, in the Y2K, there was a lot of scams related to the Y2K bug that was expected to wreak havoc all over the world, and people sold Y2K survival kits, they created online ads to invest in this to save your computers and stuff like that. And this was deliberate misinformation that created financial victims. And sure, sometimes misinformation can be harmless, and sometimes it can have some dire consequences. And now that we have connectivity in the palm of our hand, no topic or issue is safe from misinformation. Rapidly evolving situations like Y2K, or things such as health crises, pandemics, natural disasters, election years, they can really create confusion and fear, which feeds into misleading or inaccurate stories. So misinformation is easy to create, it spreads quickly, and can be really difficult to stop. One study from the International Fact-Checking Network found that a false story spreads 5 times as far as the follow-up correction story that comes out. Next slide, please. So AARP really wants to empower you in every area of your life, whether it be career, health, financial decisions, technology, caregiving, etc. So today we want to give you the tools to make the best decisions while navigating the internet. This presentation is brought to you in our collaboration with MediaWise, which is an organization out of the Poynter Institute for Media Studies, and they were created to help teens sort fact from fiction, and now they've expanded to help adults 50 and older. So while this topic is important and very serious, I promise we'll have some fun and we'll give you some great examples throughout the day. And so for our agenda today, next slide please, we will go through an introduction of what exactly misinformation is online, why some people might try to disseminate it. We'll cover some of those red flags you might see along the way. Then we'll introduce you to a method developed by the Stanford History Education Group to verify the things that you see on the internet. And then all the materials we're going to discuss today, and then some exercises and interactive videos can be found online at aarp.org/facttracker. So let's get started. On the next slide, you'll see, what is misinformation? It often pulls at our beliefs, builds upon our assumptions, and because of this, many people don't realize when they've been misled. And we may be thinking to ourselves, that wouldn't be me. I wouldn't fall for that. But the truth is, all of us are susceptible to misinformation because most of the time we don't even realize it's happening. Next slide, please. But what's great, though, with all the internet and the connectivity at the palm of our hands, there's a lot of advantages, right? So looking for information about caregiving, you can find it online. You're here online for the tech fair, learning about, streaming services, protecting yourself online, and that's great. You can stay connected with loved ones, take care of important business, learn some new skills. The possibilities are really endless online. However, with that, on the next slide, we will go through, some of the problems of why you can't see everything, you can't believe everything you see online. So on the next slide, we'll talk about the downside of the advantages of connectivity. So misinformation has been around for longer than the printing press, and the internet now makes it easier to create and quickly spread information of all kinds. And in many cases, it can be difficult to sort fact from fiction. You often see misinformation in news stories, on social media, too good to be true, activities, or forwarded chain emails, or even entire websites with varying levels of intent to harm. I just got one of these chain emails the other day. If I didn't submit my information, they were going to delete my account and cancel all my cloud-based photos. And that's concerning to me, and I have to disseminate if that's true or not. And according to the data from the Pew Research Center, 89% of American adults come across made-up news or information often. And there are lots of types of misinformation, so we'll go over a few of them real quickly that you see most often. There's imposter content, which is when someone pretends to be someone they aren't, like a journalist or a news outlet, and we'll get to that later. There's also manipulated content, which is when someone distorts something real. Think of those clickbait, sensational headlines. If you don't do this now, you're going to miss out on $10,000, things like that. And then there's out of context info, like an image with the wrong caption. And then disinformation is false information that has been created and spread deliberately in order to influence public opinion or obscure the truth. And then scams are also a very dangerous type of misinformation designed to steal your money. And while there are a lot of kinds of misleading and inaccurate content online, just for our presentation today, we'll put it under the umbrella term of misinformation to refer to them collectively. So on the next slide, we will talk about what's behind misinformation. Why does it even exist in the first place? Listed here are some of the most common reasons somebody might share something, even if it might not be true. And like some things in life, a lot of it boils down to making money, unfortunately. So sometimes it's just to get more shares. Every click equals $1, or every view equals $1. And the more time something is shared, the more profitable it can be for an advertiser. And that could be one of the reasons why they're really generating this info. Trolling is also a really big problem. Have you heard of trolling before? It's when some people just really want to create chaos or confusion just because they get a kick out of it. Think of a bully back in high school who started a food fight. A false story online might start an online food fight. It might be a political group trying to influence the way you feel about a politician or issue. Or it might be someone trying to take your money directly. The problem is we share these posts or information with family, friends, etc. because we care about these issues. We want to help other people know what's happening. But before we do that, we probably want to check the accuracy and look for some of those red flags before we continue to share some of this information. So on the next slide, we'll go through some of those red flags to watch out for. So one of the things that makes us want to share any online content, whether true or misleading, is because it hooks our emotions. You may see a post like local group to destroy all kids' parks to make parking lots, and you might be angry. Come on, what about the kids in the parks? That's a red flag, along with anything else that makes you scared, anxious, or otherwise emotional. Because you'd want to share that right away. I'm outraged. That's a red flag. And of course, typos, dramatic punctuation, outrageous headlines definitely would be signs that you should approach with caution. Be skeptical about anything that makes you feel like you're getting that inside scoop that nobody else knows about. You might get an email and think, oh, no one else is talking about this. I gotta tell everybody. That might be a red flag that it's not accurate information. Finally, use caution with anything that confirms your worldview. I know that when I see something that makes me say, aha, I was right all along, then I should probably stop and think about sharing and see if it's just confirming my worldview or if it's accurate. And that's one of the most important steps in identifying misinformation is to pause, to stop, and consider. So on the next slide, we're going to talk about how we identified some of the red flags to watch out for. But let's talk about some of the issues with, now getting your news. How are you getting it and determining the accuracy of it? So think about that paper you used to read when you grew up and how you would get the score about the local football game there. You'd hear about what's happening in your community. Unfortunately, right now in this country, we're facing a major decline in the number of local newspapers, meaning most people aren't getting their useful information that they used to at the local level. It's now, news source here, post online, straight to your phone. And it's opened up the door for hundreds of false news websites that either publish completely false news stories for advertising dollars, or there's even computer-generated news stories that might have some biases mixed into it. So on the next slide, we'll talk about some of the things you want to look out for to identify a legitimate news source. So let's put on our school hats real quick. Think about when you used to have to read for school. Always check to see who's the author name or the biography of the person, so you can tell who's actually behind the information in the news story. It's also important to check the date on the article, because it'll tell you when it's posted. Information can change hourly. You might have seen it this morning and then they had some facts wrong and it's already changed by today, and you have to double check, and there should be a note that says, this was edited at this time. Also, when you're searching things up, don't click the first thing you see. For starters, sometimes the first things in your search results will almost always be ads, and that is normally influenced, right? And it may not be the most accurate content that you're looking for. Always helpful to, open a new tab or just double check the news outlet that you're looking at. Check that bottom of the page. Is there an About Us page? Does it say more information about the site? Do you feel like it's transparent and a legitimate news site? Also, most reputable news outlets also talk to experts and examine research when writing about a topic. So look for those original quotes or citations. And while we're on the topic of being a smart news consumer, let's touch on one type of legitimate journalism that has the potential to come across as misleading when taken out of context. And that is on the next slide. And these are a few of those opinion pieces. So opinion and editorial departments are separate from the newsroom. And although you will have facts and data and statistics in opinion articles, they normally have a point of view or are advocating for certain action, where traditional news story does not. So opinion pieces might be, editorial, op-ed, our view, commentary, Kathy's Corner, Ask Bill, things like that. So it doesn't mean that it's not well reported, but just know that there might be an influence or they're advocating for a position. So just be critical when reading an opinion piece. On the next slide, we'll talk about how now that you've identified information, how do we then verify it, and what do you do next after you're kind of thinking, I should approach with caution with this topic. So like we discussed earlier, pause to consider, and even taking no action on something that looks suspicious is a great first step. But what if you want to verify the information for yourself? We're going to give you some tips for finding out what's real and what's fake before sharing that post or forwarding that email along. So on the next slide, we're going to go through that kind of straightforward process. So even though sometimes the internet and online info can feel super overwhelming and hard to navigate your way through, it can be pretty straightforward if we follow some best practices here. So think about it this way. If you were about to get your roof or siding replaced, you'd probably check online reviews, right, or call a reference. Because not doing so can have some serious consequences, and you want to go through a similar process like that before sharing your information online. So a quick check can save time and embarrassment. So to do that quick check, the Poynter Institute recommends these 3 questions, which were developed by the Stanford History Education Group. So if you were to get a suspicious email or see a post online, it's actually easy to figure out whether you should share it or not by asking, first, who's behind the information? Who's posted what you're reading? Do you recognize the name or email address of that email you received? I think we talked about scams and frauds too. Just make sure it's a legit email address, and sometimes they change a letter or a name, so just make sure it's not a phishing scam there. Second, what evidence is the person or article offering? And then finally, what are other sources saying about the topic? These questions are straightforward, but it's hopefully helpful to make it less time consuming when you're trying to track down those answers and see what's true or not. And luckily, the Stanford History Education Group worked with professional fact checkers to understand the tools they use to do this work quickly and thoroughly, so you're not spending a whole research project trying to figure out if the information you're reading online is legitimate or not. But before we go through this tool, I want to ask y'all's thoughts, and since we talked about the red flags, take a look at the next slide, and there is going to be a post here, right? This is something you might see on your social media feed. Do you notice anything that sticks out? Think of those red flags that we talked about earlier. If you want to put it into the chat, that would be great. But just right off the bat, for me, when we're looking at this post, I have to question, I've never seen a photo of the moon and Mars like that ever. Maybe that photo is edited. Also, they're really trying to pull at my emotions every 1,200 years. I'm never going to be able to see this again if I don't see it tonight. And then what's interesting too is the NeoStar Science Group. Sounds familiar, but can't quite tell. That's not, NASA. That's not National Geographic. Is that legitimate? So check those kind of red flags that we talked about too. Pause to consider. Maybe this photo's been altered. It seems a little sensational. It kind of creates a weird sense of urgency to reshare, and I've never heard of this source. So this really lines up for our next slide that we're going to talk about, which is the lateral reading tool. This is a quick and easy way to answer the 3 questions that we talked about earlier using something called lateral reading. And this technique helps fight your natural urge to read a web page, like a book, up and down or vertically down the page. It's to really, you pull up other tabs to really verify the information. And there will be a video to kind of explain this further. But this, the Stanford History Education Group coined this term after researching how historians, Stanford students, and professional fact trackers research info. And fact checkers tend to have a lot of open tabs at the same time, and they read laterally across those tabs to scan and see what the best information is and then verify it against each other. And they found that was the fastest way to find accurate information. Go figure. So we're going to play a quick video for you on how to laterally read.
Your coworker Darnell shared a post for a once-in-a-lifetime astronomical event. You love staring up at the night sky and can't wait to tell your online group, the Space Gazers. But before you share the post and grab your telescope, you pause and think. Time to do some lateral reading and answer the 3 Stanford History Education Group questions designed to verify information. You know what they are. Your coworker is sometimes a little overeager on social media, yet you can see that 7,000 other people also shared the post. Who posted it originally? The NeoStar Science Group. You've never heard of them, so you leave the post, open a new tab on your internet browser, and do a quick search. That's lateral reading. Skipping over ads in NeoStar's own webpage, you visit a reputable wiki page. Content here is sparse, but it says the group has had a mixed reception and tends toward pop science. You don't write them off, but you do decide to gather more information. The post uses numbers and an image as evidence, but it also provides a link. You follow it. It takes you to the group's webpage, which uses scientific terms like heliocentric parabola distortions and cites light year data. Maybe you're starting to be convinced. Yet, despite your love of stargazing, you're not an astronomer, so you move laterally again. A keyword search gives you results. You scan the URLs and snippets to decide the best sources to review. A reputable news site talks about several internet hoaxes, including this one. More research from a national space organization says that though Mars will be closer, it won't look nearly the size of the Moon. Looks like you found your answer, and a second source to corroborate it. It's a good thing you didn't share Darnell's post. You won't have time to investigate every online claim, but by asking questions and reading laterally, you can take responsibility for what you post. It's too bad about the Mars viewing, but it does look like a nice night. You know what to do.
Oh, Darnell. Hopefully that video helped kind of explain how lateral reading works and that whole idea of, open a new tab, do a keyword search off maybe that post or article, and be specific with those keywords and ask the search engine a question like, is the NeoStar Science Group legitimate? And be careful about selecting which sites, maybe avoid the first few that might be ads. And look for those information to confirm and see if it's a legitimate post. So that's lateral reading. Hopefully that's a tool that you can use when you're fact checking your things that you're seeing on the internet. So now for the next slide, it kind of is an important topic as well. So now you know more about why misinformation is out there and how it gets shared and how to verify information for yourself. But what happens if you have a family or friend or family member who doesn't? So on the next slide, we'll go through some of the tips there. So misinformation online can have a domino-like impact as it spreads, and according to a Pew Research survey, 52% of Americans have shared information, and a vast majority of them said they didn't even know it was made up when they did so. And again, like we talked about, we share because we care, and we might think we're helping other people get in the know. We all want to have that hope that maybe that information is correct, or maybe that we can do something about that. Just make sure that we're not falling into some of those red flags. But the key part is we're not saying it's your job to fact check everyone around you all the time. However, there may be times you decide it's important just to have a conversation with someone you care about concerning misinformation they've posted. So, for instance, if a family member shares something that you're worried could be harmful, you may decide you need to talk to them about it. First, just check your own intentions in this. Make sure you're clear about your own motivations so you can come to it with an open heart and honest conversation. And sometimes, it could be emotional or charged depending on the misinformation. So approach the conversation assuming the other person has good intention and stay open-minded to the fact that they may have information that you didn't know. It's always helpful to create an opening or bring it up naturally. In that case, you could try broaching the subject using information you found while reading laterally and say, hey, did you see this? I saw that this information was backed up by this article, and that's really helped me decide this is a good article to share and is something that I wanted to share with you today. Just no matter how you do it, create a safe space where you both can openly discuss the issue, how you feel, and maybe share some of the tips that you learned today so that we're not continually spreading misinformation that can be misleading to people or cause harm. So again, we're going to recap with the next slide on those 3 questions that we want to consider when we're thinking about fact checking. So it comes down to who's behind the information, who posted it, do you recognize their name or email address, what evidence is the person or article offering, and finally, what are other sources saying about this topic. And then on the next slide, just want to wrap it up by saying we share tips for fact checking and how to spot misinformation before you buy into it or share it with friends and family. We covered several key points, including how to identify potential misinformation, 3 questions to ask yourself when considering online info, and what tools you can use to verify online info for yourself and even report info that is not legitimate. The key is to make sure you come out a better digital citizen, just like you will after you complete this conference that we're in. The most important thing I hope you leave today with is this idea of pausing to consider before sharing information you find online. And that kind of applies to a lot of situations in life, just to pause and consider before we act. And if you found this information helpful today or valuable, we encourage you to share it with your friends and family or try it out for yourself. If you want some more practice with it or you want to see some more videos on it, please check out aarp.org/fact-tracker, where you can access some of the tools on this topic. We also hope that you'll stay in the loop with us at AARP and some of the fun virtual events we got going on. So on the next slide, I'll list out some of our socials there, and even on our posts, just make sure to fact check them and make sure they link up and verify, and then check those red flags too. So that concludes the presentation today. I look forward to hearing some of your questions, but really do appreciate you all wanting to be better digital citizens.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Some excellent tips. I especially enjoyed the lateral strategy. I will try that at home for sure. There's excellent questions coming in from YouTube and Zoom, so let's get into it. The first one is about Snopes. Is Snopes a reputable source of information? And it's a double question. What should I do when my friends post false information on Facebook?
Yeah, can you repeat that? I'm sorry, did you say Snopes?
Snopes, yes, Snopes.com.
Yeah, I unfortunately haven't heard of that site. I'm so sorry, but I can look into it and follow up on that. But just with everything, if you can verify it against other sources as well, using that lateral reading checking tabs to see if that's a legitimate site. And you can typically tell, like we talked about, go to the About Us page. Do they have, information about who is running this? Where is it funded by? Who's leading this website? That's always helpful as well. And then that piece that you asked about, what do you do when family members are sharing things that might be false information on Facebook? Just like that slide we were talking about, it can be a kind of charged conversation or a hard one to have, but it's always worth it to come at it with an open mind, with clear intentions, and to share with them like, hey, this may be misinformation here. Have you checked it against these sources? I learned this tip today about lateral reading, or
we need to make up
asking these 3 questions.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much, Tiffany. So this is a question about a tool. This comment says, I used to know a tool that I used to use to find the most recent revision date from a website. Do you know of any formal tool that helps me find such a revision date quickly?
I think it's standard practice now that it's listed right under the byline of the author's name, so hopefully that'll be a revision tool where you note the time and dates. Also, it's sometimes posted on the webpage at the bottom, so you can see when it's been updated.
Thank you so much. The next question has to do with the About Us section on a website. The question is, if I go there and I'm looking for information and I find the About Us, is there always the truth that's listed there? Or should I believe that's listed there? Or does it really depend on a website?
You said right there, it really depends on the website, but I think your best judgment is also helpful in there, because obviously things can be edited. But, one good practice I've noticed, if there's more ads than there is content on a website, maybe that's not the most legitimate source, because it's more for generating money, like we talked about earlier. Or if you notice a lot of typos, or it just doesn't seem like your typical professional About Us page that maybe lists their organization name, their tax ID, their board, things like that, then that might be something to pause and consider, is this legitimate? So it's always helpful to use your best judgment there on that, and then check against other sites and see if that seems similar or not.
Excellent. I think we have time for one more question, and it actually goes to about how you do business at AARP. Is there such a theme where you have a team to fact check an article that's been written or a blog that's about to be published by AARP? How do you fact check your own posts that are about to be published?
Yeah, I absolutely love that you're checking us as well. So we do have our own research team and our policy team and then our comms team, and everything we do goes through certain levels of reviews to make sure it's accurate information. We try to quote expert sources outside of AARP, so it's not just AARP only. So it's always helpful to bring in expert advice into that, and then using our research group, and then we do kind of surveying outside to make sure that we're reflective of the audience. So we have a lot of systems in place to make sure we're bringing the public the most accurate and helpful information for them.
Well, thank you so much for teaching us about that emotional response and how we should never, ever follow it and repost something. Thank you for that strategy. I thought the video and the lateral reading was excellent as well, and we appreciate your time for being here with us today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. we've talked about facts and fiction, and now it's time to get off the chair, move away from the screen, and stretch with our instructor, Eleanor Smith.
Hi, I'm Eleanor Smith. I teach progressive strength training, and we always stretch after doing our strength work. So this segment is going to be on the legs. Are you ready? Sitting up nice and tall. Let us stretch the hamstrings, the muscles at the back of the leg that are so important to keep standing up straight as we get older. Take one foot out. Toe pointing up, heel on the floor, legs straight. Lean over till you feel a stretch in the back of the upper leg. And breathe in and out. Let's do the other leg. Breathe in and out and sit up. Now, for those of you who sometimes have sciatica or a little ache in the back, let's take an ankle across the other leg, unless you've had a hip replacement and they told you never to cross your legs. Don't do this one if that's so. So you're stretching the outer glutes when we do this. And of course you want to breathe in and out for those leg stretches. Now for the quadriceps, those big muscles in the front. Scoot over to the side of the chair, or if you really want to, you can do this standing up. Grab your ankle, bring the knee down toward the floor till you feel a good stretch in the front of the leg. Breathe in and out. And then scoot over and do the other leg. Or if you want to do this one standing up, hold on to the chair if you need to. And those are the good stretches for your legs.
Welcome back. Our next speaker is Marty Kausches, who is a software engineer and entrepreneur. We're going to be talking about cryptocurrencies. They've been making a lot of headlines, but what exactly are they? How do they work? Let's learn more with Marty.
Hi there, everyone. My name's Marty, and welcome to Cryptocurrency 101. I'm going to give you a quick intro and brief history of what are cryptocurrencies. So let's get started. So first off, who am I? My name's Marty Kausches. I'm actually a San Diego native. So I was born in Oceanside, a little north of here, went to elementary school in Mission Hills at Grant, went to middle school in Liberty Station at High Tech Middle, and actually Francis Parker right across from USD. When I graduated, I went and studied computer science at Purdue University, and then immediately came back to California and worked at big Silicon Valley tech companies like Airbnb and Yelp. It's also really exciting for me to be presenting in this lineup, as Erwin Jacobs was the opening speaker. He started Qualcomm, and I was actually an intern there my freshman year. So huge honor for me to be here speaking about this. These days, I'm the co-founder and CEO of MySafetyCall.com. MySafetyCall.com, which is a checkup call service for seniors, where you can sign up for daily calls. So let's say every day at 8 a.m. you want to get a call and know that someone's checking up on you. We can make that happen. So if you're interested in that, give us a call at 619-564-2840. So anyways, you may be wondering, what's this guy doing talking about cryptocurrencies? Back in 2017, I was studying abroad in Singapore, which is the financial hub of Southeast Asia. And two entrepreneurs walked into one of my classes looking for computer scientists. They said they wanted to get some people involved with a cryptocurrency company they were starting. And I came up after class. I thought it was really interesting. I didn't know much about the topic. I had just heard some things about Bitcoin this, Bitcoin that, but had no idea what it actually was. Really soon, I started to start going to conferences and started helping them create the technology to actually run this business, and got really involved. So I know quite a bit about cryptocurrency these days. So what are the goals of this presentation? I want you to walk away knowing the historical context of why cryptocurrency exists in the first place. So why did it start? What was the impetus for why it was created in the first place? I hope you learn about what it actually is, and then usage in society today. So, what are the good use cases and how is it being used around the world? Since we only have around 20 to 25 minutes for the presentation, I'm not going to go into deep technical details, and I'll keep it pretty high level. So, some quick disclaimers. I'm not a financial advisor. Nor am I a professional investor, so don't take any advice from me. Really, I'm just going to share with you knowledge that I gained from working at this company in Singapore and my own personal research. I also do want to disclose that I do own cryptocurrencies and have since 2017. I've bought Bitcoin, Ether, and a joke coin called Dogecoin. So, to learn about why cryptocurrency was created in the first place, we actually have to rewind a little bit to the financial crisis of 2008. As we know, our financial institutions in the US failed us. It was a combination of debt problems and power and responsibility that was not owned up to. So people lost their jobs, companies collapsed, wealth was eliminated, and most of us didn't think twice about how we could change the system. But there was one person named Satoshi Nakamoto, it's not their real name, we actually don't know who Satoshi is, published a paper called Bitcoin. And his idea here, and this came only 6 weeks after the financial crash, was to create a financial system that didn't rely on these big institutions that had failed us already. So what's the big idea? What was this vision? And what was the design of the system supposed to do? It was supposed to create a digital payment system that could operate without central control. And so, the big focus here is removing the responsibility and the trust that we have to give to these institutions like banks and processors and all these different systems, and take it away and build a system that operates on its own without moderators and interruption. So Bitcoin is actually a 100% digital payment system. So what that means is you no longer have bills or cash. There's no $5 bill, there's no $100 bill. It's just Bitcoins that are stored on the internet. And so you don't have denominations anymore. You can send 1.23 Bitcoin, you can send 0.002 Bitcoin, it doesn't matter. It's just a number that exists online. In order to access and use these cryptocurrencies, you have something akin to a username and password. These are called your keys, and they're typically stored in what's called a crypto wallet online. So what's the big idea here? You are effectively taking away central control from these different financial institutions. So Satoshi's big idea was, let's take power away from banks. Let's not have any moderators of this Bitcoin network who are going to regulate how it works. And let's make it an equitable solution for everyone. So all players have to play by the same rules. And they're able to send money to who they want without these institutions governing the system. So if we look at how the financial system has worked historically, and if I want to send money to someone else, it has to go through my bank. It then has to go through third parties. That could be a credit card processor like Visa or MasterCard or PayPal. And finally, it's going to end up in the bank account of another person. So there are a lot of institutions here that need to be trusted and a lot of different organizations with people making decisions. The alternative that Satoshi proposed with Bitcoin was that there would just be one self-governing network that didn't rely on us trusting all these different organizations. So if we look at the before, it's a lot more complicated, a lot more parties involved, and also people taking money off the top of every transaction, to a trustless system with Bitcoin. So another way to think about this and look at it is a computer network. So if you have computers in this diagram that want to communicate with one another, there are institutions in between. So for one computer to talk to another, it has to go through this central source, these central organizations. In comparison, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies allow people to communicate directly with the other computers they want to send money to. So you might be asking yourself, you've talked about getting rid of the organizations and the centralized control. Who's actually sending the money between people? And the answer is miners. Miners are just computers anyone can set up that send transactions between one another to make the system work. And so if you take one computer out, you can still send money between all the other computers. And no one is actually governing these transactions. So the rules are set in code, and there are no people saying you can do this or you cannot do that. So some other big key components are that Bitcoin is actually not country specific. So it's not tied to the US government, like the US dollar, or the euro to European countries. Bitcoin is a global idea, global currency, and can be used anywhere. Because there aren't centralized sources or financial institutions, it's much harder to regulate. So instead of cryptocurrency going from, it just goes person to person without having to go through regulated organizations. And also, there are only 21 million Bitcoins that will ever exist in the world. So unlike the US dollar, for example, which the government can print more and more of, there's a limited supply of this currency that will ever exist. And so it's not affected by inflation the same way. The last thing, and this is kind of nuanced, is that it's available 24/7. So imagine you want to wire money from one bank to another. The Bitcoin network, it doesn't have the same rules. It doesn't have the same restrictions. You can send money to anyone at any time, unlike banks, which will only operate during the work hours. So you might be asking yourself, is this a fad? What's the usage of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies like? And it's actually dramatically increasing. This graph doesn't do a good job of explaining that because it's exponential on the y-axis, but there were hundreds of transactions when Bitcoin started being used, and now in 2021 there are over 500,000 transactions happening every single day. So now we get to one of my favorite parts of this presentation, which is how is Bitcoin and how are cryptocurrencies being used around the world? There are lots of different use cases, and I've just picked out a few here that are some of my favorite. So one is that it's increasing access to banking. So believe it or not, and we don't feel this as much in the US, but around 31% of the people, or a third of the entire global population, don't have access to banking tools. So imagine you are still using cash, you are storing your money at home, possibly under your bed, and you don't have credit cards to pay with at stores. So cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin give anyone with internet access and maybe a phone the ability to have an account, to exchange cryptocurrencies with other people, and have financial tools and models. This doesn't require any government regulation. It doesn't require any institutions in the area. So also, not all countries actually have a national currency. So you would think that US has the US dollar, and every other country has its own equivalent. But there are some that rely on other countries' currencies. So for example, El Salvador is actually the first country, or is a country who used to use only the US dollar. They didn't have their own currency. And they started to adopt now in the past year Bitcoin as their official currency that they're going to use. So not just the US dollar, but now Bitcoin as well. And a big reason they did this was because when they used the US dollar, the US government would print more, there would be inflation, and it would cause their entire purchasing power as a government and people to go down. And so I've listed a few other countries here that have the same issue: Ecuador, East Timor, Marshall Islands, Micronesia, Palau, and a few more. They all currently rely on the US dollar and have these same issues. So if it works well in El Salvador, which is kind of an experiment at this point, it's probably going to expand a lot more. So another interesting use case. Some of you might hold gold. A lot of people hold gold. And the quick explanation of this is if you hold cash instead, as the government prints more money and inflation happens, your purchasing power in your dollar becomes a lot less valuable. So what do? You try to invest that money, you buy stocks, you might buy bonds, or you might buy something that's going to retain its value, like gold. The reason a lot of people have chosen gold as a place to store their money and purchase instead of holding on to cash is because there's a limited supply of gold in the world. It's a limited resource. And so the value of this gold is expected to remain pretty stable over time, unlike the dollar, which is going to continue to lose value. Bitcoin, as I mentioned before, only has 21 million Bitcoins in existence, and that's hard-coded into the software. So there will only ever be 21 million Bitcoins in circulation. So people have now started to switch over from holding on to gold, which is physical and harder to store, to buying and holding on to Bitcoin or other equivalent cryptocurrencies. So another interesting example is protection from an unstable government or economy that you might be living in. So one case study is Venezuela. And in the past 5 years, their currency has experienced inflation rates of over 5 million %, which means your dollar or equivalent there is going to be worth nothing year over year. In fact, there are horror stories and jokes about how people started burning their money as a cheaper way than buying wood and using that, or buying coal. So if you were in the Venezuelan country while this was happening, you might say, hey, instead of just sitting here and watching my wealth disappear, I'm going to purchase and hold Bitcoin or a cryptocurrency, and that will stay more stable, hypothetically. Then another interesting historical example. Let's say you lived in a government that had a change of control. So you were living in a place before Soviet times. The Soviet government comes in and they want to centralize all the wealth in the country. Well, they can't take something away from you that they can't access. Because Bitcoin is digital money and it's stored on a network that has no central controller, you need your password and username to access it. And so if the government can't force you to give that to them, then your money will be safe and your wealth will be safe from this new government. Another use case, and I saw this personally while I was in Singapore, was that a lot of foreign workers would come from countries like Malaysia or the Philippines to Singapore. And so, they would come to this new country, this richer country, make more money, and then send it back to their families back home. And because they were sending small amounts, like hundreds or thousands of dollars, the wiring fee and the cost of converting that currency were actually fairly high. And so they would be losing a huge percentage of their income just sending their money between countries. And so Bitcoin transactions, although this isn't as true today, you can use them as a way to transfer money between countries at a much cheaper rate and also much faster. So, Bitcoin was only it was only the first popular cryptocurrency that came into existence, and actually now there are over 6,000 cryptocurrencies in circulation. There are more being created every day. Lots of them have evolved quite a bit from this original idea, but they retain the concept that it's in a decentralized network where there's a lack of central control, and it's all digital payment. So yeah, just to highlight some of what I hope you took away from this is the history of cryptocurrency. So it came about only 6 weeks after the financial crisis as a response to the issues that we had in that system. What are cryptocurrencies exactly? We learned that they are a digital payment method and that they lack centralized control. And we also learned that about some use cases in society today. So I hope that gave you a pretty good introduction to what cryptocurrencies are, especially on a higher level. And now we have some time for Q&A.
Thank you very much, Marty. What a fascinating world of crypto. Lots of questions are pouring in, so we have some time to take those and pose them to Marty and see what other light he can shed to us. Quite a few are coming about this question of why is Bitcoin limited only to 21 million? And secondarily, as usage expands and more people get familiar with it, doesn't that limit of 21 million become a problem?
Yeah, so that's a really great question. And it's funny because we actually will never know the answer to why Bitcoin is restricted to just 21 million Bitcoins. As I mentioned in the beginning, the founder, Satoshi Nakamoto, we still don't know who he is. He sent some emails and some newsletters at some point, and that's how we have some communication about what he developed, but he has remained completely anonymous this entire time. So people can only speculate and guess on why they only created 21 million Bitcoin and why they had that specific limit. As to why they put a limit at all, it was really the idea of preventing inflation. So one of the problems they did understand was that governments can constantly print more money, so this is a better place to store money and retain value than a traditional currency. So this is one of the problems they were trying to solve.
Thank you so much for that answer. So now we're getting questions about buying and selling cryptocurrency. And just really these questions center around the process of it. Where do you buy Bitcoin and how fast can you sell Bitcoin? And then in addition to this, how are people that are sent cryptocurrency get cash from it? So if you can describe a little bit of that nitty-gritty of the process of how that works.
Yeah, so you may have to repeat some of the questions there, but at least the first one. So how do you buy and sell Bitcoin and how would you want to get started? So there are lots of tools that exist these days, and one of the most popular is actually Coinbase.com. That's spelled coin like C-O-I-N and base.com. And they make it pretty simple. You just register like you would on any other account. You make a username and password. And they kind of guide you through the process of being able to buy cryptocurrencies. And it's not just going to be only Bitcoin. You'll also be able to buy Ethereum or any of the other 6,000 cryptocurrencies that I mentioned. And how quickly can you actually buy and sell them? After you register an account, I believe you have to verify your identity because the government wants to know who holds onto how many cryptocurrencies, and they're trying to regulate it somehow. So there is some verification process, but after you're verified, you can buy and sell crypto very quickly.
So to repeat a little bit of that question for clarification, so if you're sent cryptocurrency, Can you instantly sell it? And how do you get cash? Like, how does that cash get from the sale of the cryptocurrency to you as the recipient?
Yeah, so you know, how quickly can you actually get the cryptocurrency? It's going to depend on what tools you use. So if you use Coinbase.com, they actually have kind of a layer on top of the cryptocurrency network that makes it really efficient. And they've essentially made a marketplace. And the interesting thing here is, you know, you may have heard about crypto or like Bitcoin skyrocketing in price and going up and down in this craziness. The reason that's happening is because this crypto behaves like a stock, where it's a supply and demand, or just like gold, right? How much, the more people that want to buy the Bitcoin or the crypto, the higher the value is going to increase, and the less people that want to buy, the lower the value is going to go. So it's really just this marketplace that exists, and so you trying to sell it, let's say you try to sell it at a higher price than people are willing to pay for it, it might take a long time, or no one will ever buy your Bitcoin, but if you just try to sell it at whatever the market wants to buy it at, then you can sell it immediately.
I am loving just how many excellent questions are coming in. I hope we have time to get through every single one, so please keep posting your comments and your questions. Again, going to that process, explain to us, can you buy just about anything with Bitcoin, or are there only certain purchases that can be made by using Bitcoin or other crypto?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And actually, one of the hot topics and hot things in crypto today, you know, we didn't have a chance to talk about the future of cryptocurrency, are these things called NFTs, or non-fungible tokens. You may have heard about these in the news, but essentially this idea that you can make digital purchases and you know, on the network, the cryptocurrency network, you'll be able to verify and show someone, hey, you know, this is the record of where I made that purchase, and it will exist on this network forever. So people, and you know, it's kind of crazy. I don't know if I believe in it yet, but people are buying images and JPEGs and videos, which they can, you know, prove that they own for hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars even. So there are, you know, they're calling them like digital Mona Lisas or crypto Mona Lisas. And so a lot of people are believing that this is a start of a new era where, you know, these are going to be highly valued digital art pieces that people will want to buy in the future. So there's a whole collection, I think, of 1,000 called CryptoPunks. And, you know, if I just showed you, it would just be like the top part of my face in a digital form, and people are buying them for $500,000 on average right now. And there are thousands and tens of thousands of these that exist. So yeah, I think there may have been a second part of your question, but you would have to remind me.
Yes. No, we're doing great with time, and we have lots of questions, so we'll just keep going. The next question is about, think about the United States, and is it legal? Are there some restrictions about what you can and cannot do with crypto, specifically in the United States? Are you aware of any of those?
Yeah, so this is really interesting, and different governments are embracing crypto in different ways. You know, the whole idea is make it kind of make it so it's not easy to regulate because it's not going through these central sources. So, you know, we see, you know, I'll get to the US part of the question in a moment, but we see El Salvador completely embracing Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. So they're trying to make it, you know, they're just embracing it. They're not trying to shy away from it. While countries like China have actually completely banned cryptocurrency transactions. So it's now illegal to transact or even set up those mining computers that hold up the network in the country. When it comes to the US is treating crypto like a security. So pretty much the same rules apply to stocks. So if you want to buy, if you buy Bitcoin at a certain price, let's say you buy it, well, right now it's at $60,000, believe it or not, one Bitcoin. So you probably only want to buy small amounts at a time. But if you buy it at, let's say, $60,000 and tomorrow it increases to $100,000, that's going to be, and you sell it, you're going to have to pay taxes on the profit that you make. And same way with stocks. So if you lost money on that investment, you know, that could be tax deductible.
So the next question has to do with what you've been talking about, which is it's just like stock in a way because it fluctuates. And talk a little bit about why the fluctuating value is in cryptocurrency. Why does that occur? What potentially drives that?
Yeah, so this has a lot to do with the fact that it's really just a supply and demand thing. Whatever people are going to pay for it, is what the price is set at. And so the reason it fluctuates a lot is because people have just started really learning about it. Even though it was developed and the first version was released in 2009, it's kind of exploded, especially back when I was in Singapore in 2017. There have been kind of two waves of cryptocurrency. So 2017, 2018 was the first one where a lot of people learned about crypto, and it was this like get rich quick thing. So a lot of people started purchasing at the same time, and the price just was going really high. So when I learned about it in, let's say, September of 2017, the price of Bitcoin was around $1,000. 4 or 5 months later, it became $20,000, and then days later dropped to virtually nothing. And now we're back to where it's $60,000 per Bitcoin. So it's really just how many people are purchasing, how quickly, and then how many are selling at that same time, just like any other marketplace.
Wow, so much to learn here. Would you take a moment to share with us a few key terms? So you've mentioned miner. What is that exactly? And we know that people set up their own miners, and then there's mining farms that are big organizational facilities. Can you explain what that is and how that fits into the network of cryptocurrencies?
Yeah, so I talked a lot about removing agencies and institutions that hold up the traditional financial system. With Bitcoin, the question is who's actually making the transactions, or when I want to send someone crypto, who is actually making that go from one wallet to another? And what holds that up are these miners, and these are computer systems that are actually allowing these transactions to go through and basically writing line by line that this person sent this much money and another sent this much money. The reason people are actually building computers and setting up miners to hold up the Bitcoin network is because those miners are rewarded with transaction fees. So if I set up a miner at home, every time my miner helps make some Bitcoin go from one account to another, I will actually be rewarded with some amount of Bitcoin. So that's how the network sustains itself, are these transaction fees. And the difference between one miner and a group of miners is, some people might call a large set a mining farm.
So we have tons of questions, but not a lot of time. So let me just get quickly as much as I can in. The comment is, I've heard that crypto is used for hacking. Is that true?
So that's a great question. You may have heard a lot in the news about that. And the reason, so let's go with an example. In San Diego here, Sharp was hacked not too long ago. I don't think this may have been a crypto hack, it may have not. But what people will do is they will hack some sort of online system. So let's say it's Sharp's medical records. They'll hack it, lock it, so the Sharp can't get access to it, and the hackers will say, we are not going to release it until you send this amount of Bitcoin to this anonymous account. And so, what does Sharp do? They can't do anything about it, and so they will actually just send over that Bitcoin, and because it's hard to trace and hard to claw back, it has been successful for, kind of nefarious activities like that.
Oh, I wish we had more time because the questions are pouring in and there's so many excellent ones. As with any presenter that you've heard today, feel free to reach out to the Oasis team and we can forward your questions and comments to the presenters. Thank you again, Marty. This is a new world and we've enjoyed learning with you. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
Whew, that was interesting. Are we ready for another breather? I know I am. Let's take a moment to stretch with Russell Rowe.
Hi everyone, my name is Russell Rowe and I teach group fitness classes here at SanDiegoOasis. So I'm going to show you a couple different exercises that you can do here while you're at the tech fair. So the first one you're going to do is you're going to hold on to the back of your chair. So you're going to stand up if you're seated and stand behind the back of your chair. Hold on to the back of your chair. You're going to put one leg behind you. You're going to push the hip of that leg towards the back of your chair and then you're going to gently and slowly lean backwards. So if you can feel a stretch in your hip flexors, hold that stretch. If you can't quite feel it, you could also lift up your arm and put that behind you, of the leg that you have behind you, and that will stretch out the hip flexor muscles a little bit more. All right, good. Let's do the other leg. So now you're going to put your other leg behind you. Again, you're going to push that hip towards the back of your chair, gently and slowly lean backwards while you're holding onto the back of the chair for support. And again, if this is not challenging enough for the hip flexors or you don't feel a stretch there yet, you can also lift up the arm of the leg behind you, but you don't have to do that. All right, good. So the next stretch that we're going to do is a chest and shoulder stretch. So you're going to sit on the edge of your chair. You're going to hold on to the back of your chair. You can either hold up high, if you can reach that high, or if that's too difficult, you can reach down a little bit lower. Okay, and then you're just going to push your chest out, and this is stretching out your chest and your shoulder muscles at the same time. And of course, it's always nice to have flexible joints and muscles, so doing some stretching is always a great idea. So thanks very much for watching my stretching segment, and I will see you later at the Tech Fair.
Welcome back. We have one more important topic to discuss today, and that is wearable technologies. To help us introduce us to the topic and become very knowledgeable, we are thrilled to welcome Pankaj Kedia. Welcome.
Hello everyone. Thank you for having me. I run the wearable business at Qualcomm, and I'm delighted to be with you. So today, over the next 30 minutes, we'll talk about the wearable space, the wearables revolution, how it is making us fitter, live better, enjoy day-to-day lives. I will cover what's happening in the market, what's our vision at Qualcomm, how each one of you can participate in the wearables revolution. I will close with health wearables. Maybe health wearables is the next frontier, and we'll leave time for a few questions. So I know most of you are from San Diego, and you know Qualcomm. What you may not know is, in addition to smartphones, in your backyard, we have a thriving IoT business, and of course a growing wearables business. So I am very proud. I hope you are as proud as I am. So let's talk about the market. The wearables market, you know, over the last 5 or 6 years, it has gone up and to the right. And we don't see an end to that. If I just look at what has happened this year, in March, IDC said we grew 28%. 28% despite COVID. Or maybe because of COVID. COVID has made wearables more important, more prevalent. Apple talked about 100 million smartwatches, Apple Watches. Apple has shipped about 1 billion iPhones. So 100 million watches, 1 billion iPhones. That's quite a milestone. Google shook hands with Samsung and decided to double down. In the process, they also bought Fitbit. So you know, when big companies like Apple and Samsung and Google are investing in the space, you have to listen. A couple months ago, Whoop, maybe most of you never heard of Whoop. They raised money at 3.6 billion valuation. That's more than what Google paid Fitbit. Best Buy. Best Buy bought Great Call 3 or 4 years ago from our backyard. Now they bought Current Health. Best Buy is building out health wearables. I'll talk more about that. And last but not the least, you know, when Wall Street Journal and USA Today and Washington Post and San Diego News talk about wearables, this thing has gone mainstream. So wearables is hot. It's growing like this. Many, many people are investing. We at Qualcomm are investing. And we are doing it for you, the consumer. So what are wearables? Wearables are anything you wear on you. They bring fashion and technology together. You could think of wearables as targeting one of these use cases. It could be better ways to connect. It could be around fitness and health and medical. It could be around messaging, with your loved ones. Wearables is not just the Apple Watch. It is not just the Samsung Watch. We have wearables for my 4-year-old daughter or my parents and grandparents. We have wearables for my dogs and my cats. Wearables are not just smartwatches. They are smartwatches, they are earbuds, they are smart glasses, they are shoes. They connect in different ways. They have different software. They come in different price points. You can buy a wearable today for $19 or $29, or you could spend $5,000, everything in between. So there's a lot of variety, lot of segmentation. This typically happens in a growing market, so this is not surprising. Where do we think wearables will be over the next few years? So this is how we at Qualcomm think about the vision around wearables. We think about head to toe, any technology plus lifestyle product that you have on you is a wearable. You can see some examples. They keep us connected. If you are a patient, they keep you connected to your nurse and doctor. They are intuitive, they are natural, they get used to you. They act based on where you are. Some people like me, we wear multiple wearables. They are connected with each other. They talk to each other. You don't have to muck around with Bluetooth pairing and so on. It happens automatically. Wearables not only track what you have done, but they predict what you will do. They give you proactive guidance, advice. They are personal to you. They are on you. They come in different shapes and sizes. And wearables is not just for me, it's for everyone. It's for 4-year-olds and the silver population. So when we think about wearables, this is what we think about. Let me give you a sense of the range of products our customers have launched just this year. We had some smartwatches from companies like Oppo and Mobvoi. We had fashion watches, Fossil and Michael Kors bringing the best of fashion and technology. We had products from luxury companies like Louis Vuitton and Tag Heuer and Montblanc. We have lots of wearables for children. If you have a 4 to 10-year-old, you don't give them a smartphone, but you still want to know where she is. If she is coming late from school, you want to know. There are wearables for your pets. If you count your steps, if you want to be healthy, why should your pet not be? There are wearables for expensive handbags some of you might have. Wearables like smart glass. But maybe given today's context, there are wearables for seniors and the silver population. Here are some examples of products shipping. I will talk about what they do, but they come in different shapes and sizes. Some you wear around your pendant, around your neck, some on your wrist, some on your belt, some in your handbag. They keep you fit, they make you healthy, they connect you with people you care about. They are always with you. They call your concierge service to get things done, to remind you of medication or remind you to take those 10,000 steps. Let's look at a few. This is from Great Call, the company previously known as Great Call, now part of Best Buy. Basically, this is something you wear around your neck on a lanyard. It is one touch. You are one touch away from calling your nurse or your doctor or your caretaker. It keeps you fit, it keeps you healthy. If you happen to fall, it will call 911 for you. It knows where you are. It knows who you are. It is your personal companion. This one comes from Verizon. So Verizon is focused in this space. They have a care platform, and they are bringing the services around the platform to you based on this smartwatch. Again, one-touch emergency calling. If you want to talk to your children or grandchildren, you can do text-to-speech, you can do voice calling. It gives you reminders about your medication, and so on. Of course, if we are going to wear something all day long, every day of the week, it needs to look good. So here's an example from Fossil. Fossil brings the best of technology, Qualcomm technology, the best of fitness or health. So heart rate, ECG, SpO2, sleep, making sure you're doing all of these things well. But it brings also fashion. So these are products you want to wear, not something you have to wear. And I threw this one in there. If you're going to take care of yourself and you have a pet, don't forget your pet. So the wearable segment is growing like crazy. It is segmenting. There are lots of choices for all of us. What's the next big thing? Maybe the next big thing is how wearables and healthcare come together. These data points are mind-boggling. If we look at the amount of money we spend in the US on healthcare, it is a significant portion of our GDP. Right? We threw in some numbers just to overwhelm you with how much we are spending on health and medicine. Here's IDC's prediction. You know, we are in late 21. Just in 3 years, 4 years, by 2025, wearable devices will be directly credited with saving more than 150,000 lives a year as more consumers adopt wearable technology and improve their health and fitness. That's quite a prediction. If wearable can save one life, it is worth pursuing. If it can save so many lives, you know, that's something I get excited about. Just a few years ago, we had the jitterbug coming from great call. Today, there are many different types of form factors and devices to keep us healthy, to keep us fit. Where are we going? Tomorrow you'll have more choices. If you don't like wearing something on your wrist, you can wear it here. If you don't like this, you can wear it here. If you don't like this, you can wear it around your neck. If you don't like this, you can wear it with your clothing. The experiences will get richer. This is not something you should be forced to wear. This is something you want to wear because the experience is so engaging. You know, yesterday I went to the doctor. Over the last 18 months with COVID, we have gotten used to the doctor coming to me. I talk to my doctor and nurse over Zoom. This is where we are going. With a wearable on me, my doctor knows my vitals. She knows my heart rate, what it has been over the last 24 hours and over the last week and so on. She knows my ECG. She knows my temperature. She knows how active I am. She knows my blood pressure. Based on that, she can advise me what I am doing right, what I should change. This is the wave of the future. These wearable devices and services will get integrated with my hospital, with my insurance. So I just show up, I just be who I am, and my doctor and nurse are looking after me. It will literally become my health and wellness and medical companion. Just imagine what this world would look like over the next couple of years. Maybe I'll highlight some trends. Number one, it is a tool you have. It's always with you. It knows who you are. It's always sensing your vitals. It's always guiding you to do the right thing. If you have not moved enough, it is always telling you to move 2,000 steps more. It is your personal assistant. It knows who you are. It knows your vitals. It knows your history. It knows what you have done. It knows what you should do. It is your personal companion. It is your health companion. It connects you with your friends, your family, your doctors, your insurance. It is integrated in your day-to-day life. Second trend, the smarter the wearable, the more valuable to you and I. So whether it is fitness or wellness or health and medical, there is significant innovation happening in these sensors that we have outlined, that this will become second nature. This will be your sixth sense. Last but not the least, it's not just a device, it's how it is integrated in your life. So in-home care will become increasingly prevalent, and inside your home there will be enough sensors, enough wearables. The home will become your smart home. It will become where you live the most precious years of your life. It will be preventative, but it will also be your companion. So, you know, Qualcomm, very good company in our neighborhood. I'm proud to be working at Qualcomm. We work on technology that changes people's lives. We are working with many, many companies, including many companies in San Diego, to bring the right solution, the right service to all of you. Yes, you hear a lot about wearables for adults, but really there's a lot of innovation happening. Wearables for children, wearables for the silver generation, wearables for pets. You know what keeps me excited? Today, there are maybe 300 million people with some kind of wearable, and we have 7 billion population. Maybe by the end of the decade, every one of us will have at least one wearable, and we'll be able to enjoy the benefits that I talked about. So let me pause here and take some questions from Simona.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed how you took us to the breadth and the variety of what's here today, and also talked a little bit about the future. I'm really excited about this Q&A time with the audience. So let's turn to some future question, and so we have this question here that says, do you see wearables turning into implants at some point in the future?
Yes, why not? You know, my journey, I worked on laptops, then tablets, then smartphones, then wearables. Implants is the next thing. The technology is not there to make implants ubiquitous, but it will be. And if this decade is the decade of wearables, maybe the next decade will be the decade of implantables.
All right, exciting, scary, exciting, all of the emotions I'm experiencing at least. I want to ask you a personal question. Clearly you know a lot about this technology and where it's going. You've jokingly maybe mentioned the pets, the cats, the dogs, your family. Does every family member have a wearable in your household, and would you share what those are?
Yeah, Simona, of course. I have a small family. Today I'm wearing 5 wearables. I have a smartwatch. I have a smart tracker here. It's beautiful. It disappears on me. My shoe is a wearable. You know, we have gotten used to counting steps using our smartwatch or smart tracker. But doesn't it make more sense to count steps using your shoe? I have a wearable here that reminds me to stand straight. And I have a wearable here to keep things smart. My wife has a couple of wearables. My pet has a wearable. You know, in the US, sometimes we care more about pets than our kids. It's unfortunate, but it happens. There are 80 million pets, dogs and cats, in the US households. On average, people spend $1,200 on their pet. So having a $49 or $99 pet tracker that lets you know where your dog is he or she healthy? Any signs that you don't expect is worth its weight in gold. So yes, my family is full of wearables.
Fascinating. I love that we started with you. I'm going to have to look at your shoes a little bit more closely once we're done with the session. Thank you for sharing that. We have lots of questions about security. So I'll read one from Jane. She says, all wearables are using Bluetooth technology and it is easily hacked. How secure is the information that they're tracking?
Yeah. Jane, that's a good question. We at Qualcomm take security seriously. The industry takes security seriously. Security, and if I bring privacy, part of it is perception and part of it is reality. The wearables are Bluetooth based, Wi-Fi based, 4G based, and soon we'll go to 5G. The security is as good as you would find in your smartphone, for example, or in your tablet. We continue to improve it. We don't think it's a hurdle, but we aspire to make it better every day. Security is important not just for wearables, but all technology products. And Qualcomm, as the voice of the technology industry, of course we do everything we can to make it right.
Thank you so much. Next question is from Jan, and Jan is asking, how prevalent is fall detection technology in today's wearables?
Yeah, Jan, good question. It is better than where it was a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. It's not where we need it to be, we want it to be. So fall detection is available in a handful of wearables. We are working with many people in the industry to make it ubiquitous, to have it in every wearable.
Excellent. So we have one more question, or time for one more question, that is. And it, again, circles back to the security. You've mentioned that Qualcomm is very serious about security, but for people who are trying to figure out, health clearly is the biggest concern here. You know, does anybody aggregate health data, monitoring data from all of our wearables? Is that a danger? Is there something we should know and do about that?
Yeah. Short answer, we are doing the right things, the industry is doing the right things. You know, when you talk about health and wellness, there is fitness, there is wellness, there is health, there is medicine. As I go from left to right, security becomes increasingly important. As I go from left to right, FDA and other regulatory bodies get involved. At the end of the day, the benefit we get using these technologies, wearing the latest devices, has to be greater than the cost we pay in security and so on. We are on the right side of that equation, but this is a journey that we will continue. It's not done.
Thank you so much. I definitely learned a lot, and now I have a whole new perspective that wearables is not just for health and wellness. It could be a luxury item, so we'll have to chat after the session. Thank you again for being here. We really enjoyed your presentation.
Thank you, everyone. You have my contact information. Feel free to reach out. I enjoyed it. Thank you again.
And now I would like to introduce our presenting partner and sponsor. We will welcome Kim Gallo in just a moment. Let's watch a video about the services the County of San Diego offers.
Part of the County of San Diego's Health and Human Services Agency, Aging and Independent Services is committed to our growing community of older adults, persons living with disabilities, and caregivers. The good news is we are living longer. And as we live longer, our region needs to work together to provide a community where everyone can thrive. That's why Aging and Independent Services has developed a plan, a roadmap, if you will, to strengthen San Diego County's comprehensive care. Aging and Independent Services' 10-point regional plan includes caregiver support, safety, silver economy, medical and social services system, social participation, dementia-friendly, health and community support, housing, transportation, and preparedness and response. We can all benefit from emergency planning. The County of San Diego's Office of Emergency Services and Aging and Independent Services created this video as a companion to the personal disaster plan for people who may need assistance, to help people of all ages and abilities to prepare in the event of a disaster. Emergencies can range from falls in the home to fires and earthquakes, and each person has specific abilities and needs during a disaster. This guide will help you evaluate your needs and make a personalized emergency plan so that you and your loved ones can be better prepared. Follow 4 easy steps to prepare for any emergency. Here's an overview of what you'll find in our online version or our printed guides. First, get connected. Preparedness is all about people, and the first step in disaster preparedness is building a support network of people who can help. So think about your social connections or groups you already belong to or have thought about joining. The support network will include anyone who can provide help during an emergency. And don't forget about the free 211 call line where you can be connected to 6,000 plus services in over 200 languages, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Next, let's make a plan. Emergency planning starts in your home. This includes smoke and carbon dioxide detectors, utilities, and a review of your insurance coverage. Work with friends and family on evacuation planning. Know your evacuation routes and think about any medical equipment you may need. Planning for different emergencies should consider your unique needs and varying levels of ability. Once your plan is in place, it's time to gather supplies. Most disasters, big and small, happen unexpectedly and fast, and sometimes you may have to survive on your own. We've provided a checklist of items you will want to have on hand at any given time. Pack a go kit for when you must leave in a hurry, and a home kit for when you must stay. For those who would like or need assistance, our guide provides printout communication boards to aid in communicating your needs with others. Once you have your connections, plan, and supplies, it's important to stay informed. Register your cell phone number, voice over IP phone number, and email at readysandiego.org/alertsandiego. This is the county's emergency mass notification system used by first responders to notify you when there's an emergency in your area. You can receive evacuation instructions and disaster information through calls, texts, and email. San Diego County is also prepared with a toll-free San Diego Access and Crisis Line for emotional and mental health support. The County of San Diego's Office of Emergency Services and Aging and Independent Services are working together to create a region that supports, nurtures, and leverages the strengths of our growing older adult population. Join us as we help San Diego County age well, live well. Together, we will build a brighter, more resilient, and prepared future for people of all ages.
And now it is my tremendous pleasure to welcome Kim Gallo, the Director of Aging and Independent Services, which is a division of the San Diego County Health and Human Services Agency. Welcome, Kim.
Hi, I'm Kim Gallo. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you to our co-host, SanDiegoOasis, for their tremendous work putting on this very important event. Today was packed with some great information, including how to stay safe online and how to spot misinformation and separate fact from fiction. We also got a look at how wearable technologies can help keep us healthy and had some fun learning about different streaming services. We all know how important technology has become in our daily lives, especially over the last 19 months. Technology helped make the pandemic more bearable. I know I was grateful to stay connected with loved ones using video conferencing and social media. While many older adults had been using technology prior to the pandemic, others took the opportunity to embrace it for the first time, perhaps learning to use Zoom or taking their first class online. It is inspiring to see how many folks really stretched beyond their comfort zones and became more proficient with technology. And now we're going to close with something fun, the opportunity drawing. The giveaways, part of the Get Connected Technology Fair for adults 50 plus, is always a highlight. All registered participants are eligible, and the winners are randomly selected. Let me first tell you about today's giveaway items. A Fujitsu ScanSnap 9-1500. This device is capable of digitizing large volumes of paper quickly. It simplifies the scanning process for a variety of documents, making it easy to digitize your life. You can be more efficient and productive, focusing on the things that matter the most. The second item, Car and Driver's Co-Pilot Fatigue Monitor. The monitor helps you avoid the effects of fatigue and distracted driving. The Co-Pilot uses cutting-edge facial recognition technology to monitor eye, eyelid, and head positioning. If you get distracted, text and drive, or begin falling asleep, the Co-Pilot gets your attention with a loud, beeping, piercing alert alarm. Next is the Echo Dot 4th generation smart speaker with Alexa. Voice control your entertainment. Ask Alexa to tell a joke, play music, answer questions, play the news, check the weather, set alarms, and more. Control your smart home. Use your voice to turn on lights, adjust thermostats, and lock doors with compatible devices. There is an additional opportunity to win an Echo Dot smart speaker with Alexa. Be sure to complete the post-event survey, which will be sent to you by mail at the end of the Tech Fair this Friday, November 5th. 2 winners will be chosen at random and announced in an upcoming Oasis post-event email. And now, let's do the drawing. Fujitsu Snap Scan goes to Robert Campbell. Car and Driver's Co-Pilot Monitor goes to Susan Avalar. Echo Dot Smart Speaker goes to Jim De Harporte. Congratulations. We look forward to giving away more great prizes tomorrow. Join us tomorrow morning. There is so much to learn. Our sessions will include Apple versus Google, caregiving and technology, music made easy, exercising your brain, and more, including more giveaways. And don't forget about Ask the Expert sessions on Saturday. Register for one-on-one help at SanDiegoOasis.org. See you tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.